Chapter 904. I've made a mistake in the previous chapter. Chu Yang should be from Martial King to 4th grade Sword Sovereign. I've written from Martial Emperor to Martial Emperor. Thanks to reincarnation for your reminder. Chu Yang faintly felt that there seemed to be quite a number of people around him watching his actions. But strangely, no one came out to stop him. Chu Yang kept his guard up and started to dig carefully. Under the Sword Spirit's reminder, he used a wisp of sword energy as a rope to tie the milky white tip of the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng. The Sword Spirit faintly felt that this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng already had spirituality. Within a radius of 200 miles of this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng, there were no other elixirs. In a place like the Black Blood Forest, this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng could actually monopolize the underground spiritual energy within a radius of 200 miles. This showed how strong its medicinal effects were. Such a heavenly treasure definitely had spirituality. So, after Chu Yang wrapped the sword energy around it, he clearly felt that this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng trembled a little, as if it wanted to break free. But because of the entanglement of the sword energy, it felt a piercing pain. So, it stopped moving after that, as if it had already accepted its fate. A drop of dew quietly rolled out from the milky white tip of the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng. As if it had sensed that its life was coming to an end, it was crying. A despairing atmosphere suddenly pervaded this place, and even made Chu Yang's heart feel distressed. "Don't worry, I won't hurt you," Chu Yang said in a low voice with his divine sense. "I have more suitable land and spiritual energy for you to grow here. You won't regret following me." The Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng stopped moving, but the surrounding atmosphere was still gloomy, as if it had no choice but to accept its fate. Chu Yang smiled in his heart. "Little thing, you'll only be surprised later." This thing indeed had spirituality. No wonder it wasn't discovered by anyone, and it even stealthily stole the Earth's spiritual energy within a radius of 200 miles. Chu Yang started to dig carefully. He started to dig a hole 10 feet away from the perimeter. He dug all the way down to a depth of 50 feet before he started to lift it up slowly from the bottom. During this process, Chu Yang seemed to have heard a slight sound. But when he looked around, he didn't find anything. So, he didn't care about it and continued with his work. A few hundred feet away, a few experts from the Black Blood Forest trembled as they looked at the corpse in front of them. They simultaneously knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly. These people were finally tempted when Chu Yang discovered this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng just now. This was a unique treasure in the world. The person who was lying on the ground was the strongest among them. He was an 8th grade martial saint. They were also one of the overlords of the Black Blood Forest. When he saw that Chu Yang had found the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng, he had already soared up and was about to fly out to snatch it. His idea was very simple. "I won't hurt him. I just want this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng. Take it and run." However, just as his body rose into the air, a fine white light suddenly shot over and nailed this 8th grade martial saint to the ground. Without a sound, when everyone went forward to take a look, they saw that a fine white cloth had been inserted into the temple of this 8th grade martial saint. It went in from the left temple and came out from the right temple. There were no bloodstains on either side. The white cloth was as white as before. After checking his injuries, they realized that his entire head had already turned into tofu dregs, and his dantian had been shattered. This white cloth actually released 2 forces, which destroyed this person's divine sense, vitality, and cultivation at the same time. A dignified 8th grade martial saint expert, under such a thin white cloth that couldn't even strangle a mouse to death, didn't even have the chance to let out a final groan before his soul was scattered. In fact, such a way of dying was the purest way of dying. If reincarnation really existed in the world, then this person wouldn't be able to go to the reincarnation passage. He was completely dead. Everyone felt as if they were struck by lightning. A soft voice was transmitted into everyone's ears. "No one listens to what I say anymore. This really makes me feel a little sad." This sentence was indifferent and didn't show any emotions. It didn't even appear in the air, but directly entered everyone's ears. However, all the experts present immediately knelt down on the ground and kowtowed, while trembling all over. They didn't even dare to beg for mercy. That voice transmitted again indifferently. If something like this happens again, this area will be destroyed. Everyone kowtowed while trembling all over. Sweat poured down like rain. Destruction. These two words sounded very hard to understand, but only the experts in the Black Blood Forest knew. This Black Blood Forest was divided into several areas by the Lord. Every area has a person in charge. He's called the Area Master. The one who died just now was the Area Master of this area, Lord. The meaning of Area Master was, if something like this happens again, there won't be a single living person in this area. This was a complete case of implicating people. For example, if one person in this country committed a crime, then everyone in this country should be killed. Yes, that was the meaning. This was no longer just brutal. It had far exceeded the scope of brutal. The voice disappeared without a trace. It seemed that the person had left. However, the experts present seemed to hate their parents for not giving birth to them with 2 more legs. They crawled up from the ground and disappeared without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. They didn't even dare to turn back. Damn it, the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng was good, but no matter how good it was, could it be better than their own lives? At this moment, even if a heavenly-level miracle medicine appeared in front of them, these people definitely didn't dare to turn back. When all was silent, a white figure murmured from afar, "Such good fortune. I've been here for tens of thousands of years, and I've never seen it." He saw it the moment he came. It's really rare, but isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it? He actually said, "Isn't it?" continuously for dozens of times. His face revealed sincere nostalgia, and his eyes were filled with sorrow as if tears were about to fall from them. Then, a long sigh sounded, and this white figure finally disappeared in a flash. Chu Yang had just taken out the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng from the ground. Thanks to the hardness and sharpness of the Tribulation Sword, he didn't have to spend too much effort. The soil on the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng hadn't been removed, and it was still a lump of soil about 10 feet in radius. At this moment, Chu Yang heard that sigh. Chu Yang suddenly felt bitter in his heart. All the sadness and helplessness from his previous life surged into his heart at once. It was as if he saw Mo Qingwu dying in his arms. Suddenly, he felt completely disheartened. His heart ached so much that he almost wanted to cut himself with his sword. Tears streamed down his face. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit roared, "Wake up!" Chu Yang's heart shook, and he finally woke up from that sorrowful mood. However, he realized that his face was already covered in tears. What's going on? Chu Yang clearly remembered the mood just now and couldn't help but be shocked. That long sigh was still immersed in his mind for a long time. It was a kind of deep-rooted yearning, a love and deep attachment that couldn't be obtained even after the end of the world. This kind of feeling could almost make the heavens cry at the same time. But when Chu Yang asked this question, even the sword spirit who had just woken him up didn't answer. Sword spirit, what's going on? Chu Yang asked in his mind. I don't know. The sword spirit answered and went silent again. Chu Yang made a sound of agreement. After a long time, he collected his thoughts and focused on handling the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng in front of him. Bit by bit, he peeled off the black soil that was as hard as steel from the Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng. This Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng's body was covered with long snow-white whiskers, each of which was nearly 10 feet long. As the black soil was peeled off, the appearance of this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng was gradually revealed. The body of this Jade Snow Spirit Ginseng was only the size of a palm. Its whole body was snow-white, and there was actually a faint trace of blood that was almost undetectable. It was just like human skin. Moreover, there was a faint brilliance flowing inside, just like the meridians of the human body. It had hands and feet, a nose and eyes, just like a baby that had just taken shape. On its head, there was a small, milky white protrusion that was sharp. That was its branch. It was this little bit that allowed Chu Yang to discover it. Now, this little guy's facial features were wrinkled, as if it was wronged and scared. Still scared? Chu Yang smiled and said, Sword spirit catch? Then, he sent it into the tribulation space. The sword spirit caught it inside. He looked at it and couldn't bear to put it down. It's really this thing. It's really the most precious treasure in the world. He actually flicked the nose of this jade snow spirit ginseng and said, "You actually dare to throw a tantrum. Since you're here, you have to behave yourself, understand?" This little jade snow spirit ginseng's nose seemed to wrinkle even more tightly. "Little thing, you actually ignored me." The sword spirit scolded and planted it beside the vitality spring water. He dug a deep hole and gently buried the jade snow spirit ginseng in the soil without any wrinkles. But he left the jade snow spirit ginseng's little head on the ground. Then, he scooped a spoonful of vitality spring water and poured it over it. Feeling the rich vitality of the vitality spring water, the jade snow spirit ginseng suddenly trembled. Then, the wrinkles on its face slowly smoothed out, and it seemed to be enjoying it. Seeing that the sword spirit only poured a spoonful of vitality spring water and then stopped, the little mouth on its face eagerly opened. It seemed to be begging, "Give me a little more, give me a little more," so greedy. The sword spirit scooped another spoonful of vitality spring water for it and said, "Little guy, you have to remember that you can use the vitality spring water, but you have to stimulate the growth of the vitality spring water. If you dare to use it all up, I'll cut you up and throw you into the vitality spring water. Do you understand?" The little tip on the jade snow spirit ginseng's little head bent slightly, as if it was nodding. It was very obedient. Then, its thin and dense roots automatically melted into the soil beside the vitality spring water. Its face revealed an extremely comfortable expression, as if it was enjoying it. Even its two arms stretched out from the soil and then fell back down. It was as if a person had suddenly arrived at a place that made him feel extremely comfortable and was cheering. Or, he was lazily stretching his waist and saying, "This place is too comfortable." Chapter 1. I'll continue to write the fourth chapter. Chapter 905. Chu Yang was walking back, and the jade snow spirit ginseng was at home. But the sword spirit was frowning and thinking deeply. He was thinking about the sigh that Chu Yang heard just now. Who was that? Who could be so powerful? Who could it be? Who could be so powerful? The sword spirit had accompanied the previous tribulation sword master for a long time on this continent. It could be said that as long as it was in the heavens, the sword spirit would know. As long as it was in the heavens, the sword spirit would know. As long as it was in the legends of the heavens, the sword spirit would know. But the sword spirit couldn't tell what kind of power was contained in this sigh. He didn't know what kind of technique was used by the person who let out the sigh. He could only instinctively feel that this person was powerful and terrifying. If there was a person who could make the sword spirit feel terrified, then who was this person? Chu Yang had thought about this question before. But the sword spirit's answer was, in this heavens, there definitely wouldn't be such a person. If the sword spirit was in his prime, he wouldn't be afraid even if he faced supreme martial artist Qin Feng and supreme martial artist Lu Yun at the same time. However, this sigh made the sword spirit feel fearful and powerful. After keeping the jade snow spirit ginseng, there were no more elixirs within a radius of 200 miles. Swordmaster Chu's speed finally increased. It was getting darker and darker in front. Finally, it was so dark that he couldn't even see his own fingers. Until now, he had already traveled 1,750 miles. He had arrived at the heart of this place. There were no more people hiding in the dark nearby. There wasn't even a bug or snake on the ground. There wasn't even a bird in the sky. Other than the dark forest and dark land, it was like a silent death zone. There was no sound at all. Cha, cha, cha. Only the withered tree under their feet made a soft sound. Everything was silent. The two of them felt as if they had fallen into a nightmare at the same time. This silence was terrifying, and fighting in such an environment was even more terrifying. Divine senses were blocked and eyes couldn't see. How could they fight? Or could they only rely on their instincts? Chu Yang's heart was beating like a drum when the white shadow appeared in front of him again. This time, it was floating quietly in the air. It didn't immediately start the battle. Instead, it asked softly, "Young man, what's your name?" Chu Yang said lightly, "My name is Chu Yang." Chu Yang. Chu Yang. The white shadow chuckled. "So your surname is Chu." After a moment of silence, he said, "Come, Fight me again. Suddenly, it rushed down with a whoosh. Wait, Chu Yang shouted. However, the other party didn't allow any explanation and directly rushed down. Although the attack this time was in the land of darkness, it was twice as fierce as the previous attacks. Chu Yang felt that he couldn't breathe as soon as he started to fight. So, he let out a loud roar and unleashed his cultivation as a fifth-stage sword sovereign. The two of them fought fiercely in this dark place. However, Chu Yang clearly felt that the opponent's attack wasn't as gentle as the previous attacks. Instead, it was as powerful as a thunderbolt. It was like a bolt of lightning striking down from the heavens, smashing a person into pieces with a single strike. This was a violent attack that was full of confidence in winning. Such confidence could only be obtained through continuous victories in a long battle. Chu Yang had already used all his power as a fifth-stage sword sovereign. Except for the tribulation sword technique, all the other martial arts that he knew, including footwork, movement, sword, saber, and so on, were unleashed together like a storm. However, he still couldn't resist the opponent's attack. Chu Yang retreated step by step. The opponent's attack became more and more violent. Suddenly, a rumbling sound was heard, and the opponent's attack connected together at this moment. Chu Yang could faintly feel that the opponent's attack was like the tide of the sea, pressing down on him, raging waves, and he himself was like a small boat in the raging waves of the sea, which could capsize at any time. The infinite aura of death shrouded Chu Yang in an instant. If he couldn't resist it, he would be smashed into pieces in the next moment. From the darkness, Chu Yang could tell from the cold eyes of the man in white that he wouldn't show any mercy. However, Chu Yang had a strange association at this moment. The moves of the man in white were so familiar. It wasn't the moves that were familiar, but the artistic conception. He retreated continuously and tried his best to think. Finally, an idea flashed across his mind. This was the artistic conception of water, continuous and endless, connecting heaven and earth, vast and endless, with endless power. This was, Chu Yang roared. This is the force of raging waves. With this roar, Chu Yang finally figured out what he couldn't figure out all this while. His wrist shook, and sword light and sword radiance shot out. At this moment, Chu Yang actually turned defense into offense in an absolutely disadvantageous situation. The originally continuous and dense sword light was like a sudden eruption of a mountain torrent at this moment. With a power that could destroy heaven and earth, the sword light rushed out violently. Just his sword light alone was enough to illuminate the entire area at this moment. The sword aura shot out horizontally and vertically. Chu Yang suddenly felt very comfortable in his attack. He couldn't help but roar. So the force of water can also be used like this. Ha ha ha. As he laughed, the sword light became more and more intense, and he fought back crazily. Wei Wuyan was shocked. He brought Chu Lu and retreated rapidly. They only stopped when they were 200 feet away. The sharpness of the sword aura that Chu Yang emitted at this moment made him feel that he couldn't protect Chu Lu from getting hurt if he took another step closer. This gave Wei Wuyan a huge shock. What was his cultivation? What was Chu Yang's cultivation? Why did he have such a feeling? Looking from afar, Chu Yang's sword light flowed like a river, illuminating the dark black blood forest as if it was daytime. Chu Yang, who was dressed in black, seemed to be standing in a huge light circle. He waved his sword and attacked continuously. The opponent's cultivation was obviously much higher than Chu Yang's. But at this moment, Chu Yang was standing in this light circle of sword light, not moving an inch. He was like a god of war who would never be defeated, standing proudly at this moment, fighting proudly. You can kill me, but I can only move forward in front of you. But I won't take another step back. This was also a kind of aura. The pride of this kind of aura was even above the white-robed man's aura of victory, because this was the determination to throw life and death to the back of his mind. Regardless of life or death, victory or defeat, his pride wouldn't change. The soft water sword intent was fully unleashed, and it seemed to be developing further and deeper. This was the enlightenment that Chu Yang had gained from the strong pressure these few days. The soft water sword intent could only be used for defense. Only when one's defense was impenetrable could one borrow force to attack. It was enough to protect oneself, but not enough to attack. But the opponent's continuous attacks made Chu Yang ponder about the next step of the soft water sword intent in his Tao state. It wasn't until the white-robed man's attack came crashing down that Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened, as if he was suddenly enlightened. The power of water wasn't just the power of soft water. Water wasn't just soft. It was also unyielding and violent. It could also destroy everything, including the entire heavens. Everyone said that fire and water were merciless. But the fury of water was far more violent than fire, and its destructive power was much stronger. The power of soft water could naturally receive attacks calmly. But what would happen when the gentle water flow encountered a high mountain or a canyon? What would happen if he were to rush down from 1,000 feet high cliff? This was the power that Chu Yang suddenly comprehended, the power of violent waves. The sword light shot out like lightning, and the sword light surged crazily. Chu Yang comprehended the power of violent waves, and the cultivation in his body was also flowing happily. The vital energy of heaven and earth in his meridians was also rising. In his dantian, the 4 fragments of the tribulation sword also seemed to be cheering. But Chu Yang's cultivation was no longer able to support such a huge consumption. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was constantly refining elixirs, turning the power of the elixirs into vital energy, and continuously channeling it into Chu Yang's meridians. With the violent vital energy circulating in his body, it returned to his dantian and became Chu Yang's own power. Good sword. What a fast comprehension. What a smart young man. What a high aptitude. The sword light was like lightning, and the white-robed man's eyes seemed to have become 2 purple gems, constantly flashing and attacking. However, he was sincerely praising her. Chu Yang had already entered the Tao state of selflessness. His current thoughts were only to attack, attack, attack again. As long as he was alive, he would not stop attacking. Both of them were attacking. A white shadow and a black shadow attacked each other in the rainbow-like sword light. Neither of them took a step back. Both of them took up half of each other's attacks. It was a 50-50 ratio. If you attack me, I'll attack you back. No one took advantage of each other. But Chu Yang's sword state was becoming more and more violent. He didn't even think about what sword force to use. He only knew to attack according to his own feelings. Attacking continuously seemed to have become the instinct of this tribulation sword master. Other than this, there was no other way that he could accept. As Chu Yang's cultivation increased like bamboo shoots after the rain, the cultivation of the white-robed man opposite him was also increasing. It seemed that no matter how high Chu Yang's cultivation level was, he would be able to cooperate with him and would never be at a disadvantage. Wei Wuyan, who was at the side, was already extremely shocked at this moment, because he clearly felt that Chu Yang's aura in this battle was getting stronger and stronger, fiercer and fiercer. Other people would be consumed in battle, but Chu Yang was enriching himself as he fought. Why was this happening? Wei Wuyan could feel that Chu Yang's 5th stage sword sovereign realm from the beginning of the battle was increasing rapidly. Then, he started to accumulate slowly, and now, he was climbing to the peak step by step. It was like a taut string. As long as it broke, it would be a kind of nirvanic rebirth breakthrough. In the battle circle, Chu Yang suddenly roared, "Break!" A loud and clear sword sound suddenly appeared. It was clear and bright. Sword light rose up fiercely, and everything within a radius of a few hundred feet could be seen. The white-robed man let out a long roar and retreated lightly. He shouted, 4 hours to break through to the sword sovereign realm? Not bad. Chapter 906. Wei Wuyan was shocked to the point of numbness. The cultivation of the white-robed man was obviously much higher than Chu Yang's. He had been suppressing his cultivation to fight with Chu Yang. Wei Wuyan could naturally see this. So, he didn't feel strange about how the white-robed man's cultivation improved. But Chu Yang was a genuine 5th stage sword sovereign. Just 4 hours ago, he was only a 5th stage sword sovereign. And 4 hours later, he reached the 1st stage of sword sovereign. 4 hours. From nothing to something, from the beginning to the end. From a trickling river to a raging wave, he broke through the dam. Only 4 hours. And it was a breakthrough in battle. Wei Wuyan stood there in a daze. He felt that the martial arts principles that he had learned before were completely subverted at this moment. His teacher said, "Martial arts can't be achieved quickly. Cultivation depends on accumulation, and all of this required time." Wei Wuyan had always believed in this point. But now he knew, martial arts can be achieved quickly. Cultivation can also be achieved quickly. Looking at Chu Yang in front of him, wasn't he an obvious example? Wei Wuyan recalled that just 10 days ago, Chu Yang was still a 4th-stage sword sovereign. He felt even more dizzy. After a long while, he realized that he was moaning, "Motherfucker. What the hell is going on?" After Chu Yang broke through, his fighting spirit was high. But the white-robed man suddenly jumped out of the battle circle and ended the battle. This made him feel really unsatisfied. It was as if there was a breath in his chest that was about to explode, but he couldn't spit it out no matter what. He closed his eyes and took a few breaths to suppress the urge to fight in his heart. Only then did he realize that his meridians were full of primordial qi, as if they were about to explode. Hearing the white-robed man's words, Chu Yang knew that today's battle had come to an end. He took a few deep breaths and suppressed his fighting spirit with great difficulty. He calmed his breathing and said proudly, "Is it very fast to break through one stage in 4 hours? You haven't seen anyone faster than that." The white-robed man seemed to be startled. He smiled faintly and said, "Have you ever been faster?" Chu Yang smiled mischievously. He stretched out 5 fingers and said lightly, "This young master once broke through 5 levels in 2 hours. He was telling the truth. In fact, it was absolutely true. If Chu Yang still couldn't figure out who this person was after this period of fighting, then he would really be a blockhead. If he still couldn't figure out this person's intention and goal, then he really should just cut his own throat. This white-robed man was definitely the one that Wei Wuyan mentioned. The king of the entire Black Blood Forest, the absolute overlord. Chu Yang was absolutely certain about this conjecture of his. In the entire Black Blood Forest, he was the only one who could wear white clothes. In the entire Black Blood Forest, there was only this person who could allow them to pass through unimpeded with just one sentence. This kind of power, this kind of prestige, only this person could achieve. As for his purpose, Chu Yang could also guess it. Because ever since the 2 battles when he first entered the Black Blood Forest, he didn't fight again. That night, it was Wei Wuyan who fought. Furthermore, the reason must be because of him. Otherwise, he would have fought with Wei Wuyan instead of him. Since the reason was because of him, then it must be because of him in those 2 battles. The only abnormality in these 2 battles was that he had easily entered the Tao state. To be able to attract such a powerful person and make such a powerful person concede unconsciously, allowing him to pass through unimpeded, this was the only reason. Furthermore, it was precisely because of this that this white-robed man repeatedly sought him out for a battle. Every time, the white-robed man grasped the timing very accurately. He made Chu Yang try his best but was always at a disadvantage. Chu Yang was 100% sure that this white-robed man was doing this for the sake of the Tao state. Therefore, Chu Yang said proudly, "I've broken through 4 or 5 stages consecutively before." In this case, this wasn't arrogance, nor was it conceited. But Chu Yang wanted to further raise his bargaining chip. Only by raising his own level to a certain level could he talk to the white-robed man as an equal. Otherwise, no matter how talented you were, if you didn't have a higher bargaining chip, the white-robed man could kill or force you to do as he wished. Indeed, after Chu Yang said this, the white-robed man seemed to smile lightly and said, "You really broke through to the 5th stage in 2 hours previously?" Chu Yang said proudly, "Of course. In front of an expert like you, do you think I'll lie to you?" The white-robed man nodded and smiled. "Good, good, good. This is really very good." The atmosphere instantly became peaceful, and Chu Yang was also slightly relieved. In the face of such a powerful person, and a temperamental one at that, he really had to be careful at every step. Every word had to be carefully considered. It was very difficult. The next moment, the white-robed man said, "How does it feel to break through 5 stages in one go?" "Awesome," Chu Yang said without hesitation. and a smile of reminiscence appeared on his face. Thinking of the shocked looks of Gu Duxing, GMO, and the others every time he broke through, his smile became especially warm and nostalgic. Awesome, the white-robed man laughed. Then do you want to feel awesome again? Whoever doesn't want to is a fool. Huh? Chu Yang blurted out. Halfway through his words, he suddenly paused and said in shock, What do you want to do? I want to see you break through once, the white-robed man said gently. Otherwise, I'll think that you're lying to me. Suddenly, he opened his hands, and the entire black blood forest instantly turned dark. If you don't break through, you'll die here. The white-robed man shouted coldly and rose up. It was as if the clouds in the sky suddenly poured down in torrents. Everywhere it went, there was only destruction. The pressure this time was 10 times that of the previous battle. If the white-robed man used the power of a third-stage monarch in the previous battle, the attack this time was definitely at the level of a third-stage monarch, or even beyond that. Chu Yang turned pale with fright. Swordmaster Chu definitely didn't expect that this man would be so capricious, even though he obviously had a request for him. The previous moment, it was still calm, and the next moment, it was earth-shattering. The change was so sudden that Chu Yang was completely caught off guard. This even directly broke Sword Master Chu's understanding of human nature to a certain extent. This time, he definitely didn't hold back at all. No matter if it was his killing intent, aura, spirit, consciousness, aura. Everything was filled with firm killing intent, just like what the white-robed man said. If you want to survive this move of mine, you must break through. And you must break through at the last moment. If you don't break through, you'll die. Chu Yang roared and mobilized all his cultivation, but he still couldn't resist. The white-robed man's earth-shattering attack was about to reach him. At this moment, in the tribulation space, the sword spirit also roared angrily and threw away all his scruples. His 2 hands instantly danced in the tribulation space, making whooshing sounds. In an instant, he used all his strength to convert all the medicinal power that he could mobilize into pure spiritual energy and poured it into Chu Yang's meridians without reservation. He didn't even consider whether Chu Yang could accept it or not. But now, this was the only way. If he didn't do this, Chu Yang would be crushed under this move. In this way, there was still some hope of surviving the opponent's attack. Although he would definitely be seriously injured, as long as the white-robed man didn't pursue him, the sword spirit was confident that he could save Chu Yang again. Even if he died on the spot, he was confident that he could bring Chu Yang back to life. However, just as Chu Yang was mobilizing all his cultivation and potential, and the sword spirit was also converting all the medicinal power into spiritual energy and pouring it into Chu Yang's meridians, the white-robed man suddenly laughed and retreated. Little brother, don't be nervous. I'm just joking with you. Fuck. Chu Yang immediately went crazy and collapsed to the extreme. He used all of his strength to curse in a thunderous manner. He first cursed out the first word. Then, he gritted his teeth and cursed out the last 3 words with boundless grief and indignation. You bastard. Chu Yang's face instantly distorted. At this moment, it was no longer a matter of cursing. If the 18 generations of this white-robed man's ancestors were in front of Chu Yang, Swordmaster Chu would definitely go crazy and kill all of them, regardless of whether they were male or female. This was too much. Chu Yang couldn't help but break down, because he was already like an arrow on the bow. All his cultivation had been mobilized and the medicinal power of the sword spirit was in place. It was equivalent to accumulating power in his meridians that was equivalent to more than 10 times his current cultivation. He only needed to wait for the white-robed man's attack to come, and then he would fight back crazily. With the help of this violent collision, he would vent out this huge power and make use of the recoil to reduce this part of the damage, so that he could retreat and protect himself. This was also the only way to save his life in the situation just now. Other than that, there was only death. Who would have thought that just as he was about to explode, the white-robed man suddenly disappeared without a trace and even said, "Don't be nervous, I'm just joking with you." This was really something that he didn't expect even in his dreams. Wasn't this a scam? Moreover, when Chu Yang wanted to find a random target to vent his power on, he realized that everything around him had become a black hole, and it was a black hole that was expanding outwards. He actually didn't have any target to vent his power on. Even when he vented his power on the ground, he realized that it was as if the ground had lost half of its power. He couldn't vent it out. He could only hold it in his body. Chu Yang was instantly stunned. For example, it was like a volcanic eruption that connected the magma of several earth veins and was about to erupt from here. When it was about to rush out of the ground, it realized that it couldn't. That was definitely a spectacular scene comparable to dozens of nuclear bombs exploding at the same time. Thinking about the consequences, one would know how miserable young Master Chu was now. Damn you! Damn you! You've really screwed me over. You've really screwed me over. Chu Yang didn't know what to say anymore. Feeling that his body was rapidly swelling and about to explode, Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. He never thought that as the master of the Calamity Sword, not only did he not die in the hands of the enemy, but he actually played himself to death. Damn it, even if he died, he really didn't have the face to face any ghosts in the netherworld. It was pardonable if he died from eating too much, but for him to die from eating too much, it was definitely a joke. Severe insomnia, extremely excited. After lying down and getting up again, he tossed about for 7 or 8 hours and decided to just write. I'll drink some wine in the afternoon and let myself sleep early. So today, I'll try to update as early as possible. If I don't sleep, I'm afraid I'll really give my life to the number 1 monthly votes. Chapter 907. The sword spirit in the tribulation space was also stunned. He tried his best to convert the medicinal efficacy stored in Chu Yang's meridians and the medicinal efficacy that he had extracted into spiritual energy and sent it over. It even included the power of some existing elixirs. This was already the maximum power that the sword spirit could extract. How exaggerated was the sword spirit's refining ability? How shocking was his ability? With the convenience of a spirit body, and with a speed that was unprecedented in 10,000 years, he went all out to extract the medicinal efficacy. How terrifyingly fast and effective was it? One could totally imagine how terrifying the spiritual energy that the sword spirit sent out this time was. But at this moment, the sword spirit stopped. Once the medicinal efficacy was converted into spiritual energy, the sword spirit couldn't extract it back even if he wanted to. Only a huge amount of spiritual energy was left in Chu Yang's meridians. At this moment, the sword spirit was also stunned. Damn it, why did it stop at this time? The spiritual energy had already been instilled into Chu Yang's meridians. It definitely couldn't be sent into Chu Yang's meridians in the shortest time possible. What should I do? Could it be that a tribulation sword master would actually die because his own sword spirit was stuffed to death? This is going to be a joke. But at this moment, there was really nothing that he could do. If the sword spirit had a body, he could help Chu Yang from the outside. But he didn't. If he asked Wei Wuyan for help, he would reveal the secret of the tribulation sword master. The sword spirit and Chu Yang were both helpless. If there's really no other way, it seems that we can only ask Wei Wuyan for help. If the secret is revealed, then so be it. But I'm afraid, even Wei Wuyan can't withstand this power now. The possibility of Wei Wuyan exploding together with the power is infinitely close to 100%. These should be enough for you to feel good again, right? The man in white stood in the air and looked at Chu Yang. He said lightly, "Quick, break through 5 stages in 2 hours. Show me." "You." Chu Yang almost vomited blood. "You're doing this just for this?" The man in white said, "Isn't this what you said?" Chu Yang was speechless. That was before. How can breaking through 5 stages in 2 hours as a martial artist be compared to breaking through 5 stages in 2 hours as a sword sovereign? 1 stage of sword sovereign is enough for 1,000 people to break through to martial artist at the same time. The man in white said indifferently, "What does it matter? When you were a martial artist, your meridians were able to withstand the yuan qi of breaking through 5 levels. Then, when you were a sword emperor, you would also be able to withstand the yuan qi of breaking through 5 levels. It's the same in the first place. The level of knowledge is different, that's all." Chu Yang's body had already started to swell. His face and neck had turned red as he panted, "You're talking nonsense. Why don't you try? According to what you said, Your current body should be able to withstand the power of breaking through 5 levels at the same time. Why don't you try breaking through yourself? It's easier said than done. The man in white said faintly, I would like to, but in this world, where would there be enough spiritual energy for me to absorb 5 levels at once? As he spoke, he actually felt a little melancholy inside. Chu Yang said angrily, Stop sighing. I'm about to explode. You scammer. Hurry up and think of a way. Fuck, you can't just leave me like this. Let me tell you, the power of the Tao realm will be gone once I explode. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit was so anxious that he stomped his feet. Young master, you're still threatening him. Will you die if you say a few soft words? Although he couldn't see the expression of the man in white, Chu Yang could feel that the other party seemed to be frowning. Then, he asked in puzzlement, Don't you have a way to solve this situation? What a great opportunity this is. Chu Yang was so anxious that he didn't notice that when the man in white spoke, he said, You all instead of you. He said angrily, In this situation, the only solution is to have a head-on collision with you, and then vent this power and recover my original cultivation. Although I'll suffer serious internal injuries, they won't be fatal. That's the only way. Nonsense. The man in white said angrily, I spent so much effort to dig out all of your potential, dug out all of your hidden medicinal power, and then used a great divine ability to hide heaven and earth, leaving you with nowhere to vent. I created such a rare opportunity for you, and you actually want to vent it just like that? Waste it. A great opportunity for me? Chu Yang held his head that was about to explode. He groaned, Is it an opportunity for me to explode? At this moment, the white-robed man floated from the void in front of Chu Yang like an illusion. He said faintly and somewhat impatiently, Can't you suppress your blood and qi with your dantian and spit it out once with your fighting spirit? Chu Yang resisted the feeling of his meridians bursting. He gritted his teeth and said, When my fighting spirit rises, my blood and qi will naturally boil. How can I use the rising fighting spirit to suppress my blood and qi? As for the dantian, there's no need to talk about it. With the dantian swallowing and spitting, the meridians in the body will flow in reverse. At such a critical moment, there's no hope at all. Besides, even if the meridians flow in reverse after the dantian swallows and spits, the dantian will still explode from bearing such a huge force. Swordmaster Chu himself felt that it was a little unbelievable that he actually had the mood to discuss such an important martial art problem with the man in white at such an uncomfortable moment. The man in white said angrily, Idiot! The human dantian is a treasure given by heaven and earth. How can it explode so easily? The swallowing and spitting of the dantian is a cultivation method. How can the meridians flow in reverse? The swallowing and spitting of the dantian actually needs the meridians to flow in reverse? What kind of nonsense has this continent taught us? Even though Chu Yang was already on the verge of collapse from the discomfort, he couldn't help but be dumbfounded when he heard this. What kind of logic has this continent taught us? Are you not from this continent? The man in white snorted coldly and said angrily, How can this continent tolerate me? When this sentence came out, Chu Yang only felt a shock in his heart. There was actually a slight pause in his brain and a brief moment of clarity. That was a kind of clarity that almost made the world collapse. How can this continent tolerate me? What kind of arrogance and disdain was this? Extremely shocked, Chu Yang gritted his teeth and asked, But how can the fighting spirit in blood be suppressed? The man in white snorted coldly. The fighting spirit rises in the brain and the blood and qi boil in the heart. Don't you understand this? If you don't control your heart, how can you see the great Tao? He gazed at Chu Yang's body that was gradually swelling up and said lightly, If you can understand the meaning of my words one day and achieve a state where your fighting spirit rises to the level of swallowing the heavens and swallowing the earth, but your blood and qi circulates smoothly like ice and snow, then you will be invincible in this world. The fighting spirit rises and swallows the heavens and the earth, but the blood and qi circulates smoothly like ice and snow. In this way, you will be invincible. Chu Yang's heart was moved. He firmly remembered this sentence in his heart. His body was getting more and more uncomfortable. Chu Yang already felt that his meridians were slowly cracking. He tried to follow the method that the man in white said to retract his fighting spirit and suppress his blood and qi. However, he couldn't do it after several attempts. The man in white watched silently. Finally, he sighed and said, "In the end, it's not. Oh well, let me give you a hand." The man in white floated forward. His left hand reached up and clenched. Chu Yang suddenly felt that the fighting spirit that rose on the surface and the fighting spirit in his heart, this invisible and mysterious thing, was actually caught by this hand. It was caught. This was an invisible thing, but it was caught by the man in white's hand. Chu Yang could even feel that the man in white's hand was ice cold. Immediately, the man in white's other hand pressed on Chu Yang's chest and pressed inwards. Chu Yang's chest suddenly sank inwards, and an ice-cold feeling gushed into his heart. His heart, which had been beating like a galloping horse, gradually calmed down. At the same time, the white-robed man's left palm moved downwards and released it. That battle intent suddenly vented out, and a wave of violent emotions began to suppress his mind. His heart beat slower and slower. The violent emotion above became more and more intense. It was a complete contradiction. It was about to converge in his dantian. The moment Chu Yang's heart stopped beating, the man in white slapped his dantian. Then, he sucked outwards and pressed inwards. Chu Yang groaned. He only felt that all the spiritual energy in his dantian was sucked out. In an instant, his dantian was empty. It was an indescribable feeling of emptiness and discomfort. It was as if his cultivation had been completely crippled at this moment. If he maintained this state, he was sure that not even a finger would listen to his command. Immediately, his cultivation returned like a raging wave. The spiritual energy that was sucked out was actually sent back in. It actually completed the swallowing and spitting of his dantian just like that. Moreover, Chu Yang discovered that the moment his dantian was empty, he discovered a huge secret. That was, the dantian was actually an infinitely large space, and the cultivation that he thought was full actually only occupied a small part of his dantian. If it was not completely empty, he would not have discovered it at all. Why was this? But he did not have time to think about it, because in this short process of swallowing and spitting, his dantian was completely empty. All the spiritual energy in his meridians that was about to explode entered his dantian at the same time. And at this moment, the spiritual energy that he had just spat out returned and merged with the spiritual energy that had just entered. His dantian swelled outwards and immediately returned to its original state. Starting from his dantian, it flowed upwards and started a new cycle. Chu Yang suddenly discovered that all the discomfort and swelling had actually disappeared at this moment, and his body was filled with energy. He was completely in his best state. Such a problem that even a supreme martial artist could not solve in the entire heavenly continent was actually solved so easily in such a way. Such a huge disaster that caused one's expression to change was actually a huge blessing. Chu Yang was really confused at this moment. Who exactly was this man in white? The sword spirit definitely did not know about such a method. If the sword spirit knew, he would have already become a supreme martial artist. And the man in white also said before, "How can this continent tolerate me?" Then, who exactly was he? Where did he come from? Why did he stay in this black blood forest? The heavenly continent was so big. With his cultivation, he could dominate anywhere he went. Chapter 908. Questions lingered in Chu Yang's mind. For a moment, his thoughts were in a mess, and he was actually a little upset. Moreover, Chu Yang realized that Wei Wuyan, who was so close to him, didn't notice such a big thing happening on his side. The man in white had completely blocked Wei Wuyan's vision and hearing. This made Chu Yang even more shocked. Blocking one's vision and hearing was not as good as defeating the opponent. This was a kind of shielding to a certain extent. What was Wei Wuyan's cultivation? It was 1,000 times more difficult to cut off Wei Wuyan's vision and hide this world in front of Wei Wuyan than killing Wei Wuyan. Chu Yang turned back and looked at the man in white. The man in white nodded slightly. "Try and see how many levels have you broken through?" Chu Yang tried to activate his spiritual power. He felt that his meridians were surging like a river. This level of cultivation, it's not something that a third-grade sword sovereign should have, and not a seventh-grade one, and not an eighth-grade one, third-grade, second-grade sword sovereign. Peak level of cultivation. Chu Yang raised his head in puzzlement. Yes, I've broken through 3 levels in one go. But I don't feel like I've broken through. It seems that I'm still a third-grade sword sovereign. What's the reason? The man in white snorted. It's about the same as that guy over there. Your cultivation is there, but your realm is not there. Now, you're at most in the realm of a third-grade sword sovereign. Chu Yang smiled and said in a carefree manner, I'll level up eventually. There was strong confidence in his voice, as well as a kind of, don't take it to heart, kind of carefree. The man in white laughed, and his eyes actually flashed with warmth. Your temper is not bad. Like a person? Chu Yang asked. Like who? The man in white sighed and stood there in a daze. For a long time, he didn't speak or move. After a long time, his figure floated and he said, Follow me. After a pause, he said, Both of you, follow me. Then, his white robe fluttered, and he walked forward. Wei Wuyan and Chu Lu-er, who were at the side, suddenly realized that the figures of Chu Yang and the man in white had appeared in the foggy area in front of them. They didn't know what had happened. Seeing that Chu Yang asked the two to follow him, they followed behind him and walked in with the man in white. The man in white walked forward slowly. This time, he finally released his aura. The 3 of them followed behind him. For some reason, they suddenly felt that as he moved forward, the world became brighter and brighter. The gloomy darkness seemed to have disappeared. It was blocked out by him. The 3 of them used their movement techniques and continued forward, covering more than 100 miles. In front of him was a black forest barrier that pierced through the clouds. The man in white separated his hands and shouted, Open! The entire forest barrier suddenly separated from the middle. Chu Yang and the other 2 simultaneously felt a bright light in front of them. They couldn't help but have a feeling of dispersing the clouds and seeing the blue sky. They couldn't help but feel relaxed. After the thicket was separated, the inside was actually filled with red flowers and green willows. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. It was a scene of spring. It was already autumn, yet something like this was happening here. This was strange. Now that they were in the black blood forest and it was dark, it was even more inconceivable that such a fairyland-like place had appeared. The man in white seemed to have sensed the 3's strangeness and said, Although I can't create heaven and earth, I can still use my own methods to create my own sky here. This sentence made Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan's whole body tremble. Open up a piece of my own sky. This sentence was something that the 2 of them didn't even dare to imagine. The 4 of them entered in a single file. This place wasn't big. It looked like it was only about 10 acres of land, but it had everything. Flowers and trees, small bridges, flowing water, shady bamboo paths, gentle breezes, a clear blue sky, and white clouds above. Surrounding them were black towering trees that acted as fences. In the north of this place, there was an exquisite house. From bottom to top, it was actually pink. Behind the house, there was a small pond. Beside the pond, there was a part of a small mountain. The mountain rocks were black, and a patch of vines crawled all over the mountain walls. This patch of vines was actually pink in color, faintly exuding a sparkling and translucent color. Once Chu Yang saw it, his eyes instantly lit up. Black blood poisonous core vine. Then, the water in the pond below must be the mysterious and bone-destroying water? This is where I live. The man in white laughed. In 70,000 years, you're the 3rd person to come here. 70,000 years. Chu stuck out her little tongue and said, Then elder, aren't you more than 70,000 years old? More than 70,000 years? The man in white smiled. No, it's just that I've already been here for more than 70,000 years. Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan felt a little dizzy at the same time. After all, Chu Lu was still a child. After walking in this gloomy and dark place for so long, she suddenly saw such a fairyland on earth. Her expression was a little dazed and full of longing. The man in white turned his head and said to Wei Wuyan, You bring the little girl around to play. I have something to say to Chu Yang. This sentence was very impolite, and it could even be said to be in order. But Wei Wuyan didn't have any intention to resist. He replied respectfully, yes. He brought Chu Lu to one side. The man in white stretched out his hand and said, Sword Master Chu, please, let's talk under the pergola. Chu Yang smiled and said, okay. Suddenly, his eyes widened. What did you call me? The man in white shook his head and smiled lightly. Tribulation Sword Master. Your identity isn't a secret in front of me. Chu Yang replied awkwardly and said in admiration, Miss, you're really amazing. The man in white also stopped his steps. Miss? Chu Yang chuckled. Isn't that the case? The man in white looked at him for a long time and finally nodded. You're really meticulous. Chu Yang laughed. He thought, the flowers here are all red and the rooms are all pink. You actually want to talk under the pergola? Are you not a girl? Of course not. Since you've exposed my identity, I'll also expose yours. Let's call it even. The two came to the pergola and sat down opposite each other. The man in white stretched out his hand, and the spiritual energy of the universe rushed over and condensed in his hand. In the blink of an eye, it formed a light green cup. He placed it on the stone table in front of him, and it actually made a sound. Then, with another move, the spiritual energy of the universe turned into clear spring water and poured into the cup. It was as if there was an invisible fairy holding a teapot in the sky and elegantly pouring water down. I don't like to drink tea. The man in white smiled. So, I'm a little late. Just drink some water with me. Chu Yang said solemnly, this kind of water is what people dream of but can't drink. As he said, he smiled. Moreover, after drinking the water, this cup can be eaten mouthful by mouthful. It's very beneficial. The man in white smiled. If you can chew it, go ahead and eat it. Chu Yang took a sip and asked intentionally or unintentionally, the 5 people who came the previous few times, they must be the previous Tribulation Sword Masters, right? The man in white shook his head. No. Then he sighed. These 2 people are much more terrifying than the so-called Tribulation Sword Masters. Chu Yang nodded and said, Chen Feng? Lu Yun? The man in white smiled comfortably. It's much more comfortable talking to you. Chu Yang chuckled. He thought, so, other than the Tribulation Sword Masters, only Chen Feng and Lu Yun have been here before. Chen Feng and Lu Yun have good temperaments, but they can't help me. The man in white pondered and said, Chu Yang understood. You need the power of the Tao state? The man in white smiled. That's right. Chu Yang finally understood why she often made some strange gestures during the previous battle. So, she was collecting the power of the Tao state. His previous guess was right. The reason why he could move freely in the Black Blood Forest was because he could easily enter the Tao state, and she needed such power. But, what did she need the power of the Tao state for? Chu Yang pondered and said, May I ask what you need the power of the Tao state for? The man in white didn't say anything and sighed. She raised her head and looked at the white clouds floating in the sky. For a long time, she didn't move. Just when Chu Yang thought that today's conversation was over, he heard her say lightly, a long time ago, the space I was in suddenly collapsed. Then, I desperately struggled in the void and didn't know where I was. Finally, one day, I crossed through the void and arrived at a strange place. There were no people, no beasts, nothing. There was only abundant spiritual energy in the world. I kept cultivating there. After tens of thousands of years, when I could tear the void apart, I left there and went to look for someone. Chu Yang said, Then it must be your sweetheart? The man in white revealed an embarrassed look and said, No. Suddenly, she said angrily, Why are you asking so much? Chu Yang was speechless. He thought, if it's not him, then it's not him. Why are you suddenly angry? Don't you know that my heart is beating fast when I'm facing such a powerful existence like you? The man in white sighed and said apologetically, I'm sorry. Whenever I talk about him, my mood will be very bad. It's very uncomfortable. Chu Yang said understandingly, I understand how you feel. He thought, if I can't find a Mo Qingwu, I will also feel uncomfortable when others talk about her. The man in white was silent for a while and explained, He's my benefactor. Chu Yang said, Oh. The man in white sighed again. I've been searching for the mark of the Great Way, trekking from plane to plane. I don't know how much time has passed, and I don't know how many planes I've stepped on, but I still haven't found him. Every time I enter a plane, I'm not allowed to tear the void of the Great Way in the sky to enter. And this time, tearing the void apart again and again is a powerful restriction on my strength. I've been searching in the endless sky alone, and I've been disappointed time and time again, but I still haven't found him. I don't know where he has gone either. Speaking till here, she seemed to shrink her body and curled up. She hugged her knees with both hands and looked at the white clouds in the sky, lost in thought again. After a long time, Chu Yang heard the sound of splashing. He looked at the ground and saw a few drops of water falling. Those were the tears of the man in white, falling from her eyes that couldn't see her face clearly. I hammered for 17 hours. Aunt Feng came home and brought back a kitten that was just 1 month old. It meowed. It was very anxious, so I brought it over to play. In the end, it lay on the keyboard and didn't move. Aunt Feng was amazed and said, "This cat was definitely a man in its previous life. Look at how skilled it is at kneeling on the keyboard." Chapter 909. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. He thought of a scene like this. In the endless void, an infatuated woman was wandering alone, searching for the person she was looking for. She searched through one plane after another, but she still couldn't find the person she was looking for. That kind of speechless desolation, it was a feeling that would make anyone break down. Who could understand the bitterness of searching for hundreds of thousands of years? Chu Yang suddenly thought of the poem that Shui Leihan wrote in his previous life and spread around the world. "I thought you were here, so I came. But when I came to this world, you were not here. So I reincarnated again and again, searching for life after life, every life. I dare not forget. Just because we once promised, even if you stood me up time and time again, let me wander for life after life. Mortal knows my bitterness, but doesn't know my regret." As he thought, he could not help but recite it softly. "Mortal knows my bitterness, but doesn't know my regret." The woman in white murmured these 2 lines and suddenly smiled faintly. "Actually, I don't feel bitterness, but I don't regret it either." Chu Yang sighed and said, "That's right. If there is love in your heart, you won't feel bitterness." The woman in white smiled again. "That's not true. You are too obsessed with the relationship between a man and a woman, but I don't have the same feelings for him. I'm so obsessed with finding him, just to say thank you to him." She said in a daze, "Even if I find him, I won't say a word. I'll just look at him from afar, and that's enough." Chu Yang said sincerely, "I hope you can find him sooner." The woman in white said sadly, "It's difficult. Just this heaven continent has trapped me." "Trapped?" Chu Yang said in surprise. "You tore through the void like walking on flat ground. How could this heaven continent trap you?" The woman in white sighed deeply. "I also didn't expect. More than 70,000 years ago, I came here and felt that there were traces of the great Tao here. So I tore through the void and entered this heaven continent. When I entered this heaven continent, I realized that the traces of the great Tao had suddenly changed. Life and death were intertwined. Furthermore, the Tao realm in the sky above the continent was filled with destructive power. Furthermore, this continent had been destroyed before and then rebuilt. When I entered, I was torn apart by the power of the great Tao and the power of the heavenly Tao. My Tao realm power fought against it, and eventually, it was exhausted. When I finally entered, I found that the person I was looking for wasn't here. What made me feel even more helpless was that my Tao realm was severely damaged, and I couldn't get out. Moreover, due to the chaos of the heavenly Tao, the Tao realm power of this continent has become unpredictable and cannot be directly captured from the void. I can only obtain it from people. Moreover, only when people with profound martial arts enter the Tao realm can I capture a trace of Tao realm energy that is almost undetectable. An expert might not even have the chance to enter the Tao realm once or twice in his life. Even if I managed to capture him, it would be like pouring a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. It wouldn't affect the overall situation at all. After collecting for thousands of years, I realized that it was of no use. Disheartened, I lived in seclusion here. The man in white looked at Chu Yong. Then, you met me. Chu Yong smiled. Yes. The man in white smiled. You are my only hope to recover the Tao realm. Chu Yong touched his nose and smiled bitterly. He didn't think that this was a good thing. Such a terrifying person wanted to collect his Tao realm energy. If she wanted to get the Tao realm energy from him, then what would he do if she kept him here to fight endlessly? He couldn't beat her, and he couldn't escape. You can enter the Tao realm at any time. As long as you have space to fight, you can create unlimited Tao realm energy. The man in white looked at him. So, I need your help. I'm afraid I can't help you. Chu Yong shook his head. I still have things to do. How can I accompany you to collect Tao realm energy for long? I don't want to keep you for long. The man in white smiled bitterly. The Tao realm energy can only be produced when you want to fight and have the desire to fight. If I force you, not to mention whether you can produce Tao realm energy or not, even if you don't want to fight, I can't control your body and enter your Tao realm. Then what do you want? Chu Yong asked. I'll follow you. The man in white said lightly. When I collect enough Tao realm energy, I'll leave. During this period, you'll only benefit and improve your strength. You won't lose anything. Once the Tao realm energy is produced, you'll be in a state of enlightenment. You don't need that energy. After you finish comprehending the Tao realm energy, it will dissipate between heaven and earth. You won't lose anything. The man in white said, You won't have any objections, right? When she said, You won't have any objections, it was a question. But to anyone who heard it, it sounded like an affirmative sentence. You won't have any objections. Then, will you help me? Chu Yong mischievously smiled and began to daydream. With an expert who can tear the void apart by herself, who dares to provoke me? I won't help you. The white-robed man looked at him and said, You have a great opportunity. You have to do your own things. Chu Yong said dejectedly, Then you'll just follow me? Of course not. The man in white said casually, Then won't you still help me? Chu Yong was overjoyed. I'll also create countless troubles for you. The man in white said, I'll give you endless opportunities to fight. Chu Yong was stunned. The fog around the white-robed man gradually dissipated, revealing his true appearance. She was dressed in white, and her hair was like the clouds. Chu Yong only saw these. As for the man in white's face, he couldn't describe it at all. It was a kind of extreme beauty, absolute perfection, absolutely impeccable, without any flaws. No words could describe it at all. Holy, noble, peerless beauty. This woman was the most perfect dream in any man's heart. Even with Chu Yang's willpower, he couldn't help but be dazzled for a while. After a long time, he shook his head and regained his senses. His face collapsed like a bitter gourd. I won't lose face for you if I follow you. The woman in white smiled. This smile was so beautiful, like the birth of a flower. The whole world, even the sun, the moon, and the stars, lost their color in front of this smile. Chu Yong was filled with endless grief and indignation. He finally understood the meaning of the man in white's words. I will only create countless troubles for you, and give you endless opportunities to fight and gain experience. The meaning of this sentence. With such an evildoer by his side, he almost couldn't control himself, not to mention those aristocratic families, playboys, and Jianghu men of the heaven-level continent. In the face of such a beauty, no man could resist such temptation. Then, she would follow him around ostentatiously. Chu Yong lowered his head in pain. He could already see countless crazy bees and butterflies swarming towards him. The woman in white smiled and said, I still have the power of seduction. Believe me, as long as you see my man, there's no one who doesn't want to find trouble with you. Chu Yong covered his face and groaned, Oh my God! Kill me. I'm already like a rat on the street. Now I'm even more the enemy of the world. The woman in white said helplessly, Actually, I don't want to either. Chu Yang's face was sad, and he didn't even want to speak. Isn't it good to have me by your side? The woman in white was very unhappy and even threatened. Are you not willing? Chu Yang cried and said, I'm willing. I'm so happy. That's a good boy. The woman in white laughed. Sigh. Chu Yang looked up and sighed. Miss, what's your name? My surname is Z. The woman in white recalled and said, My name is Z Xieching. Z Xieching? Chu Yang scratched his head. A woman with such a weird name. My whole life is because of a promise. Z Xieching said desolately, I used a name before, Z Nuonyuo. Then I abandoned it. Z Nuonyuo. Chu Yang nodded. This name was like a little girl who didn't know much about the world. No wonder she abandoned it. You can follow me. But there's something I want to make clear, Chu Yang said seriously. Say it. Z Xieching smiled slightly. I already have a wife, Chu Yang said seriously. Z Xieching's expression became very interesting. Then her face sank and she stood up. She said, Your cultivation increased too quickly just now, and you haven't comprehended the realm yet. Come, I'll help you comprehend. Chu Yang was shocked and said, It's not too late to comprehend later. Let's strike while the iron is hot. Z Xieching reached out and picked him up and threw him out. Then she moved and attacked him like a storm. Quickly use your sword. Comprehend. Chu Yang scrambled to get up, but he was already slapped into the air like a rubber ball. Then, there were cracking sounds all over his body. That was a very crazy beating. After a long time, Chu Yang was already groaning on the ground like a pig's head. Have you comprehended the 7th level? Z Xieching's shoes appeared in front of him. Not yet. Oh, then get up and hit me again. Continue to comprehend. No. Chu Yang refused firmly. Then he said, This comprehension needs an opportunity. I'll bestow you with an opportunity. Z Xieching said calmly. Then she hooked Chu Yang with her toes, and he couldn't help but flip over. Then, there was another round of beating. After being beaten over and over again, Chu Yang gradually became more tolerant. He could actually launch a counterattack. After a long time, he actually entered the Tao state under such torture. The two of them flipped over and attacked crazily. But there wasn't even a speck of dust on the ground. After a long time, as Chu Yang fell from the sky like a dead pig, the aura of a breakthrough finally appeared. Sword Master Chu finally broke through to the 7th stage of Sword Sovereign. But this Sword Emperor who had just broken through had a bloody nose and a swollen face. His entire body was covered in bruises. Z Xieching looked at him condescendingly and said very casually, Sword Master Chu, you can practice your sword, but don't practice your cheap mouth. You're now a Sword Sovereign. Remember not to become a cheap sovereign. I'll continue to write the 3rd update. Today's biggest wish, to reach 5,300 monthly votes before midnight. Now it's 5,147. I hope to reach 5,300 by midnight. Brothers and sisters, please fulfill my wish. 5,300 before midnight. Explode today. Continue to explode tomorrow. To reach 5,500 before midnight. Explode all the way to the 31st. Chapter 9:10. Chu Yang wanted to cry but had no tears. From the moment I agreed to let you follow me, I've already become a lowly emperor. Z Xieching smiled and said, This is your great fortune. Other people can't wait for me to follow them. Chu Yang rolled his eyes, thinking that he would be abused every day in the future, and also have to deal with the endless troubles brought by this demon, and deal with those perverts every day. Chu Yang's heart was filled with sorrow. Why is my life so bitter? Chu Yang looked up to the sky and sighed. At this time, Chu Lu'er and Wei Wuyan walked back. Seeing Chu Yang's appearance, they instantly exclaimed and ran over. Big brother, why are you beaten so badly? Chu Yang smiled with difficulty. I'm already very satisfied that I'm still alive. Wei Wuyan shook his head and sighed. You really? Suddenly, his 2 eyeballs protruded out of their sockets. You broke through again? Fuck. He turned around in a daze. You. Suddenly seeing Z Xieching's face, he instantly took a deep breath and was stunned. Chu Lu'er at the side also sighed. So beautiful. Wei Wuyan also murmured, Yes, so beautiful. Chu Yang became even more sorrowful. What do you know? You guys only see beauty, but I, your big brother, only see endless trouble. Seeing that even with Wei Wuyan's determination, he was actually so dazzled, Chu Yang was completely in despair. It seemed that he couldn't get rid of this trouble. Another 7 days later, Chu Yang sat on the ground, full of energy, and breathed in and out. Wei Wuyan stood at the side in a daze, with a face full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. In these 7 days, he saw Chu Yang enter the Tao state as easily as eating a meal for 11 times. This number almost made Wei Wuyan crazy. In these 7 days, he saw with his own eyes that Chu Yang's cultivation rose from Grade Sword Emperor to Grade 7 Sword Emperor, then to Grade 7 Sword Emperor, then to the peak, then to Grade 8 Sword Emperor, then to Grade 9 Sword Emperor, then to Grade 9 Sword Emperor, then to Grade 9 Sword Emperor, and then to the peak. Then, today, he witnessed the battle with his own eyes. It was in this battle that Chu Yang entered the Tao state again, broke through the Sword Sovereign grade, and became a first-grade Sword Sovereign. This was a miracle. Wei Wuyan witnessed the miracle with his own eyes. It's too outrageous. Wei Wuyan murmured, this cultivation speed is really the best in the world. #1 in the world? Zi Sheqing looked at Chu Yang and said lightly, this is the #1 in the world? Haha. There was once someone who completed the entire journey from an ordinary person to a supreme being in your Chongtian continent in a single day. Do you believe it? I don't believe it. Wei Wuyan shook his head violently. Even if you beat me to death, I won't believe it. If that's the case, then what's the point of our thousands of years of cultivation? Zi Sheqing said lightly, I didn't ask you to believe me. Chu Lu'er looked at Zi Sheqing happily, her eyes full of envy. After thinking for a long time, she took out a purple crystal puppy hairpin, which was carved by Wan Rinjie for her. She handed it to Zi Sheqing reluctantly. Sister Zi, you're so beautiful. You'll definitely look better with this. Zi Sheqing smiled warmly. I don't need this. You should wear it. I've been used to not wearing jewelry for many years. Chu Lu'er said enviously, yes, you're naturally beautiful. Even if you don't wear anything, you'll still be a peerless beauty. Zi Sheqing stroked her hair and said softly, Lu'er will be more beautiful than you when you grow up. Really? Chu Lu'er asked hopefully. Really? Zi Sheqing nodded affirmatively. Chu Lu'er was instantly elated. After a long time, Chu Yang woke up from his meditation and met Zi Sheqing's eyes. Lu'er, what medicine do you still need for your illness? Zi Sheqing asked. You still need the color lotus. Chu Yang said bluntly. Color lotus? Zi Sheqing frowned. That thing grows there? These days, Zi Sheqing spent time with Chu Lu'er when she was free. She liked this little girl very much. Therefore, she was more concerned about her. Chu Yang rolled his eyes and said, Anyway, there's none in the Black Blood Forest. After these few days of interaction, he could tell that although Zi Sheqing wasn't young anymore and could be said to be an old monster of hundreds of thousands of years, she didn't know much about things outside of cultivation. She knew a little about the ways of the world, but when it came to things outside of cultivation, there was nothing to write home about. But it was also pardonable. Just by listening to her experience, one could understand. The space that she was originally cultivating and suddenly collapsed, and she arrived at a new plane. There was no one there, only spirit energy. This meant that she had been cultivating alone for tens of thousands of years before she tore open the void and left. Since there was no one there, how could she know about other things? One must know that it was passed down by humans. After that, she wandered through dozens of planes just to find people and had no time to learn anything. And with her character and cultivation, she really couldn't be bothered to learn anything. Anyway, wherever she went, there was nothing that could pose a threat to her. Lu'er's body constitution needs the elixirs here. Chu Yang said, especially this black blood poisonous core vine and mysterious bone-destroying water. Zi Sheqing said indifferently, You want them? Just take them. She asked again, Do you want anything else? Chu Yang's eyes lit up. You have anything else here? Although I won't get hurt easily, but after going through a few planes and continents, I've also picked some heavenly treasures along the way. Zi Sheqing said lightly, If you want them, there's no harm in giving them to you. Give them to me. Give them to me. Chu Yang rubbed his hands, unable to contain his joy. At this moment, he felt that it wouldn't be troublesome to bring Zi Sheqing along. There were actually such things that fell from the sky, elixirs from other planes. Hehehe. For someone like Zi Sheqing to take a fancy to them, they must be extraordinary. Zisheching nodded lightly. Here. With a swoosh, a pile of elixirs that looked like a small mountain appeared. These are from the Black Blood Forest. With another swoosh, another pile appeared. These are from the Dream Shin continent. These are from the Purple Smoke continent. These are from the Pingyang continent. These are... Looking at the piles of elixirs in front of him, Chu Yang was so excited that his face was contorted. Waha, this is great. He was about to go forward and take them all. The sword spirit in the space of tribulation was also so excited that he danced with joy. These are all top-grade elixirs. I can give you these from the Black Blood Forest. With a wave of her hand, Zisheching kept the rest. Then, Chu Yang was stunned. What about the rest? Looking at the black elixirs in front of him, Chu Yang suddenly felt extremely disappointed. Originally, if she didn't take out the other elixirs, Chu Yang would be satisfied with these. Extremely satisfied. It was far beyond the kind of satisfaction that he expected. But now, looking at the pile in front of him, he was too dissatisfied. These are my rewards to you. I'll give you 1 elixir for every Tao state energy that I collect from you. I'll pay immediately upon receiving the goods. No credit, Zisheching said impartially. Oh, Chu Yang was instantly discouraged. So you're still thinking of this? Zisheching smiled. If I didn't have the means to control you, wouldn't I have been used by you all along the way? Do you think I can't tell that you're cunning? I'm not so bad. Chu Yang touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Rolling his eyes, he said, since that's the case, I've let you collect Tao state energy 10 times in this half a month. You should also give me 10 elixirs. As he said, he stretched out his hand righteously. I can give these to you. Zisheching didn't hesitate at all. She casually took out 10 types of elixirs and threw them on the ground as if she was throwing rubbish. Here, these are for you. Chu Yang said angrily, can't you be gentler? These are things that will cause all their spiritual energy to run away once they're broken. Zisheching curled her lips in disdain. Chu Yang could completely read her expression. So what if they run away? I don't care about them anyway. They're even more useless to me. Chu Yang sighed and walked over to take a look. He couldn't help but be angry. These 10 types of heavenly treasures are really heavenly treasures, and they're all top grade. It's just that these are 10 identical fruits and not 10 different types. These were dragon saliva fruits. Every one of them was crystal clear and contained a huge amount of spiritual energy. They were the size of a fist and seemed to have a layer of frost on the surface. Even if they were placed on the ground, they actually couldn't be seen clearly. When the sun shone on them, they would become completely invisible to protect themselves. So be it. Chu Yang could only comfort himself. Anyway, it's better than nothing. With a wave of his hand, he kept them all with a swoosh. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit started to be endlessly busy. He divided, categorized, and planted the elixirs that could continue to evolve into the soil so that they could continue to grow. As for the elixirs that couldn't continue to grow, he used the Xianyin Jade and Xianyang Jade to make a huge shelf of elixirs and set it up. The mysterious Yin Jade and the mysterious Yang Jade had been made into thin and long jades by the sword spirit. Some of them were long and wide, and some were thin and long. In fact, they had been partitioned into small spaces one after another. Each of them was 50 feet high and 70 to 80 feet wide. So, these 5 big shelves were completely filled. If anyone saw that the Xianyin Jade and Xianyang Jade, which could only be found by chance, were being wasted like this, they would definitely vomit blood and die from heartache. Now, in the tribulation space, there was not only a vitality spring, but also a soul-quenching spring. There were 2 springs, one in the south and one in the north. Next to the soul-quenching spring, there were 2 soul-quenching pools for the sword spirit and Chu Yang to soak in every day. It couldn't be said that today was very comfortable. Next to the vitality spring, the sword spirit opened up a large piece of land. Now, it was full of elixirs. The sword spirit had no choice but to open up another large piece of land and leave it idle. He couldn't help but sigh. This swordmaster is really different from the previous ones. He didn't use this piece of land in the past. Now, he seems to want to fill it up. This is really satisfying. Third update. I just checked the monthly votes of the top 4 monthly votes. It seems that we increased the least today, requesting monthly votes, requesting recommendation votes, requesting evaluation votes. Chapter 9:11. Can we go now? Zixieqing looked at Chu Yang and asked lightly. When she said this, her expression was very indifferent. She had lived here for 70,000 years, but she didn't seem to have any feelings for this place. There wasn't the slightest bit of nostalgia. Wait for a while. I'll deal with the black blood poisonous core vine and keep the mysterious bone-destroying water. As Chu Yang said, he walked towards the back of the room. You can also take this time to pack your things, so that you don't have to come back to take them in the future. As long as I leave this place, I won't come back again. Zixieqing's gaze wandered around the room, and there was still a trace of sadness in her eyes. After living here for so long, I have feelings for the room. This person's feelings are really very strange. Although she was peerless, noble, and holy, she always gave people the feeling that she was above the common populace, with a sense of superiority and also a sense of coldness and ruthlessness. Besides the initial amazement, Chu Yang didn't see her as a woman anymore after interacting with her for a long time. It was too terrifying. Wei Wuyan saw that she was pretty, and nothing happened to her if he took a few more glances. But if he took a few more glances, he would immediately be abused. It was known as absorbing the power of the Tao state. In short, she used all means and excuses to force Chu Yang to fight and then enter the Tao state. Even a battle maniac like Chu Yang, with such unparalleled tenacity, was tormented by her to the point that he almost lost interest in fighting. Fighting. There had to be wins and losses. What was the point of always losing and being abused? But at this moment, she slightly showed a trace of a woman's sensibility. She walked quietly to the flower rack and sat down. She silently looked at the place where she had lived for 70,000 years and didn't move at all. Even if she was disappointed, even if she was heartbroken, even if she couldn't bear to leave, she could only keep it in her heart. Zixieqing sat quietly, her face cold. Wei Wuyan and Chu Luer sat at the side, not daring to disturb her. Chu Yang walked towards the mysterious bone-destroying water. Whether Zixieqing knew or not, Chu Yang didn't want her to follow him. Chu Yang didn't even want Wei Wuyan and Chu Luer to know about this. It wasn't that he didn't trust her, but there were too many people around. Because there might be another world below the black blood poisonous core vine. The black blood poisonous core vine was different from the black blood vine. Although it didn't have any toxicity, it was known as the source of all poisons. This title wasn't just for show. Generally, where black blood vines grew, there would definitely be a concentration of absolute poison below. But where the black blood poisonous core vine grew, there was a very high chance that there would be a heaven poison jade crystal underneath. The heaven poison jade crystal was one of the great miracle medicines of the heavens. The heaven poison jade crystal was extremely useful and helpful to Chu Yang, the sword spirit, the tribulation sword, and Chu Luer. Chu Yang wouldn't dare to reveal such a secret to someone he trusted. They would really be exterminated. Walking closer to the mountain wall, he found that the water was indeed frighteningly clear. Even though he was still 100 feet away, he could faintly feel a bone-chilling cold. It really is the burning bones cold spring, the sword spirit said with an excited sigh. On the surface of the water, water vapor rose and formed a strange mist. It was like the shape of a burning flame. It was boiling and rising continuously, giving off a faint hissing sound. This spring water is extremely cold. Within 10 feet, ordinary people will be frozen to death. Within 3 steps, their bones will be frozen and shattered. Within 1 step, even a revered martial artist won't be able to stand. Within 1 breath, one won't be able to walk even if he wants to. The sword spirit explained in a low voice in the tribulation space, but once one enters this water, he will be burned instantly, until he turns into a pile of ashes. This is the uniqueness of the mysterious bone-burning water. Chu Yang asked, "Can this spring water be used on men?" The sword spirit smiled. "Of course it can be used on men, but there has to be a limit. Also, it can only be smeared and not directly drunk. If a woman drinks it directly, Her constitution will be better with the protection of a powerful expert. But if a man drinks it directly, he will be burned to death by internal fire. Chu Yang nodded. Smear? What's smear? Smear. It means that you have to smear this spring water continuously on your joints. After more than 10 times, your joints will become soft. At that time, even if you attack from the front, it will be as natural as attacking from the front. The sword spirit said. Chu Yang frowned and thought silently. After a long time, he said, What about me? Do I need to smear this spring water? The sword spirit smiled. You can smear it, but I advise you not to. Not only you, but also your brothers, Gu Duxing and Dong Wushang, are not suitable for smearing this spring water. The others don't matter. Chu Yang said, Oh? Because you and Gu Duxing are too sharp, and Dong Wushang is too domineering. If you allow your joints to move freely, you will lose that kind of indomitable and tragic momentum. The loss outweighs the gain. Chu Yang nodded in understanding. I see. The sword spirit laughed. But this mysterious bone-burning water can be used to water several kinds of elixirs in the tribulation space. Let me put this spring water into the tribulation space first. As he said, Chu Yang strode forward to the side of the cold pond. In the tribulation space, the sword spirit shouted, Come in. He made a strange gesture with his big hand and pulled it in. With a splash, the entire bone-burning cold pond disappeared together with the pond. Only the bare ground and a big pond of 100 feet deep were left. The bone-chilling cold also disappeared in an instant. Over there, the three of them looked over curiously. Wei Wuyan stood up and wanted to help, but he was stopped by Zi Xueqing. Don't go over. Why? Wei Wuyan didn't understand. More people means more power. Zi Xueqing said lightly, If he needs help, he will say it. Since he didn't say it, he naturally has his reasons. Then you'd better not move. Oh, Wei Wuyan replied embarrassedly and sat down. It wasn't that he had to help, but it was really too uncomfortable to sit here. He couldn't sit still. Firstly, the other party was a great expert that he couldn't imagine. Secondly, the other party was a peerless beauty. Wei Wuyan felt very ashamed. He was already more than 1,000 years old, but he couldn't control himself in front of this stunning beauty and behave like a young boy. After being stopped by Zi Xueqing, Wei Wuyan could only sit down again. Suddenly, he understood the reason why Chu Yang sighed at the mention of Zi Xueqing these few days. With his cultivation and experience, he was already like this when he saw Zi Xueqing. If Zi Xueqing followed Chu Yang out of the Black Blood Forest, then Wei Wuyan shuddered. That would be a huge trouble. Thinking of this, Wei Wuyan looked at Zi Xueqing with a lingering fear. He finally understood what the elders often said. Marrying a wife, marrying someone who can get by is enough. Why did you marry such a beautiful one? You would get yourself killed for no reason. This was true. If Chu Yang brought Zi Xueqing out, it wouldn't just be a fatal disaster. It would be making the whole world his enemy. What a demon. What a disaster. Wei Wuyan muttered a few words in his heart. Then, he rejoiced. Luckily, she's not my wife. What are you looking at so sneakily? Zi Xueqing frowned and scolded him. Wei Wuyan laughed dryly and said, Nothing, nothing. He forcibly turned his neck away. On the other side, Chu Yang had already collected all the black blood poisonous core vines that filled the entire mountain wall. Then, he followed the roots of the black blood poisonous core vines and jumped into the huge pit. With a clang, he pulled out his calamity sword and stabbed it down. After a while, a pitch-black stone with a radius of several feet was lifted up from the ground by Chu Yang and thrown aside. Instantly, there was a loud bang. Chu Yang didn't stop. Big stones were lifted up and thrown out by him one by one. Gradually, a stone mountain was piled up behind him, but the black stones seemed to be endless. There was no sign of softening at all. He was 70 feet deep, 100 feet, 200 feet. Raising his head and straightening his back, Chu Yang was a little helpless. It was already 500 feet deep. Looking out from his current position, the sky above his head was already less than the size of a palm. And there was still no trace of the heaven-poisoned jade crystal. There wasn't even any reaction. If not for the sword spirit's constant guarantee, Chu Yang almost wanted to give up. As he dug, Chu Yang complained, Sword spirit, It's already 700 feet deep. Do you think that if I keep digging like this, I'll keep digging for 3 days? The sword spirit almost spurted out. Digging for 3 days? You really know how to think. Hurry up and dig. Even if you dig until Zhiqiang's age, you won't be able to dig it out completely in such a long time. Chu Yang sighed and buried his head in his work. Another 500 feet down. Chu Yang was a little out of breath. He raised his head and leaned against the cave wall to rest. Pay attention. We're almost there. The sword spirit said hurriedly, take out the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon and keep it in your mouth. Also, I'll give you a heavy pill. Eat it first to counteract the poison. Chu Yang was furious. Didn't you say that there's no more heavy pills? The sword spirit smiled embarrassedly. There's only one left. Chu Yang rolled his eyes angrily. You're a miser. He grabbed the heavy pill and threw it into his mouth. After thinking for a while, he suddenly felt that something was wrong. After eating the heavy pill, I'll break through. Didn't you always prevent me from breaking through with the help of the pill? The sword spirit smiled embarrassedly again. But don't you have Zhiqiang by your side now? Chu Yang was speechless. He took out the inner core of the poisonous flood dragon and wanted to beat the sword spirit up again. Keep it in my mouth? Tell me how I should do that. The sword spirit was also dumbfounded. The inner core of the poisonous flood dragon was the size of a bowl. Keep it in your mouth? Then hang it in front of your chest and stick your mouth on it, the sword spirit said helplessly. Chu Yang heaved a long sigh. My image has been ruined by you. Young Master Chu's current shape was very strange. There was a huge round pill in front of his chest. Young Master Chu was like a baby drinking milk. He opened his mouth and sealed it tightly. While rolling his eyes, he continued to work. He continued to dig stones. When he dug another 80 feet, there was finally a reaction. Chapter 9:12. As the sword went down, Chu Yang lifted up a small piece of stone. A dark green poisonous gas, which could almost incinerate everything, suddenly rose up. The stone walls around them started to crackle, and a layer of powder started to fall to the ground. It was just a layer of poisonous gas, but it actually dissolved a layer of such hard stones in the black blood forest. Chu Yang's whole body was covered in cold sweat, and his pair of eyeballs suddenly protruded out. Oh my God! The poisonous flood dragon's inner core instantly turned pale white, and there was even a layer of green fog inside. The poisonous gas rose up, and Chu Yang forcibly held his breath. At this moment, the heavy pill's medicinal power exploded, and a layer of light enveloped Chu Yang's body. The poisonous gas floated out with a whoosh. In this small and narrow space, the stone powder scattered and fell with a whoosh. By the time this poisonous gas was completely released, half of Chu Yang's body was already buried by the stone powder, and the light screen formed by the heavy pill also disappeared. Damn! This poison is really fierce. Chu Yang was dumbfounded. His 2 layers of protection, the heavy pill and the poisonous flood dragon's inner core, were the nemesis of all poisons in the world. But after withstanding this poisonous gas, the light screen of the heavy pill was destroyed, and the poisonous flood dragon's inner core also turned green. This is a protective poison, and not the poison of the heaven poison jade crystal. The sword spirit said, the heaven poison jade crystal needs to be released, and it won't be released. It can only harm itself, and not others. You can continue to dig, it should be below. Chu Yang exhaled, took down the poisonous flood dragon's inner core, and soaked it in the vitality spring water. Then, he wrapped the stone powder with his elemental energy and slammed it into the stone walls. He thought to himself, this place is in trouble. Whoever comes here in the future and accidentally touches these things, although the toxicity has been greatly reduced, but those below the monarch level will probably be half dead, if not dead. Then, he raised his sword and continued to dig. This time, he only dug 5 feet down, and the sword tip obviously felt soft. He carefully pulled it open, and saw that the black stone below was already faintly glowing red. After digging another 3 feet down, the red stone had already turned pink, as if a fault had suddenly appeared. The pink stone was crystal clear. This is the heaven poison jade crystal. Further down was the sky poison jade heart. Inside the sky poison jade heart was the sky poison jade crystal. It has the same structure as the mysterious ice jade paste and the mysterious young jade essence. The sword spirit was somewhat moved. This is a treasure. Quickly, take it all. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. He moved them out piece by piece. The sword spirit collected large chunks of heaven poison jade into the intertwined space. The two of them worked together seamlessly, and it didn't take long for them to finish transporting the heaven poison jade. What was revealed below was some pink sky poison jade that faintly exuded a warm smell. What was different from before was that the sky poison jade that appeared now was shrouded in a layer of faint pink mist. The mist floated densely, but did not disperse when blown away. It was the heaven poison jade heart. Chu Yang carefully chopped the sky poison jade core in pieces without damaging it at all. When he reached the centerpiece, it turned out to be a perfectly round pink jade the size of a human head. It seemed to be flowing inside, as if there was some creature trapped inside. It was constantly tumbling and jumping, struggling. Every time it tumbled, there would be rainbow-colored clouds surging inside. She was so beautiful that she didn't belong to this world. This is the heaven poison jade crystal. The sword spirit looked at the heaven poison jade crystal with some disappointment and said, "It's only been a little more than 2 years, and we've already obtained 3 of them. Such fortune, such luck. It's really—" Chu Yang chuckled. "Sword spirit, you've benefited greatly from following me." The sword spirit said with deep emotion, "That's true." Chu Yang was originally joking. He didn't expect the sword spirit to actually admit it. The sword spirit said with a smile, "Actually, the biggest reason why I've benefited from following you is because you treat me as a human. The previous 8 tribulations sword masters only treated me as a sword and a tool. They believe that a sword spirit is an accessory of a sword and has no feelings." Chu Yang said in surprise, "What is this saying? Sword spirit, sword spirit, sword spirit. Since it has become a spirit, then it has spirituality. Since it has spirituality, then it has feelings. It has joy, anger, sorrow, and joy. With these, it is equivalent to a person. So, why did they only treat you as a tool?" The sword spirit said in a deep voice, "This is the difference between people." Chu Yang nodded and said with a smile, "It's also the difference between the emotional path and the emotionless path, right?" The sword spirit smiled. "Exactly." Chu Yang still wanted to say something, but he felt a burning fire in his dantian. The medicinal effect of the heavy pill had already taken effect completely. In an instant, his whole body almost swelled up, but there was no pain at all. Instead, there was a strange kind of comfort, and he felt extremely satisfied. This kind of feeling rose continuously like a tide and lasted for an hour. Chu Yang felt that his meridians were expanding little by little and becoming more flexible little by little. The internal energy in his body was increasing continuously and stabilizing at the same time. At the same time, his mind seemed to be constantly flushed and washed, as if it was a reef that was exposed to the surface of the sea and was constantly being baptized by the wind and waves. Every moment, there seemed to be new realizations appearing. Chu Yang suddenly felt that his consciousness seemed to have left his body and wandered in the endless void. Countless stars were blinking beside him. Every time they blinked, they seemed to transmit a different kind of realizations to him. He was immersed in this beautiful dreamlike state and actually forgot everything. Under the flower canopy in the distance, Zi Xueqing suddenly raised her head and looked over in surprise. Because at this moment, she actually realized that Chu Yang had disappeared from her senses. He had completely disappeared without a trace. At the same time, a wave of pure Tao state energy appeared as though it was boundless. This is not just the pure Tao state energy. This is the heavenly way energy. Zi Xueqing was taken aback. With a swoosh, she disappeared from where she stood. She had already made that mysterious hand gesture in midair. This Tao state energy that suddenly appeared was far stronger than before. Zi Xueqing was full of excitement. Wei Wuyan and Chu also wanted to go over and take a look. But just as they were about to move, they realized that they could not move. The internal energy in Chu Yang's body was like a well. And at this moment, There was a big fountain at the bottom of the well. It was surging and pushing up the water level of the well. As for the comprehension in his mind, it was even more chaotic, but it was also very orderly. His cultivation was rising steadily. Sword Sovereign, first grade. Continued to break through. Peak. Second grade. Stage. Peak. Third grade. After a long time, Chu Yang woke up from a comfortable state. He only felt that his body was floating and almost weightless. In his mind, it was as if he had cultivated for hundreds of years. The realizations were so clear. Level by level, he had reached a level that he did not even dare to dream of. With a slight movement of his internal energy, Chu Yang felt that his body was floating. With a shake of his arms, he actually rose up to a height of 300 to 400 feet. His mind shook violently, and Chu Yang immediately landed again. What's going on? This is the heavy pill, the real heavy pill. The sword spirit's voice was filled with pride. One for life and death, one for flesh and bones, one for changing the root of the body, one for heaven. The real heavy pill. Chu Yang muttered to himself. He only knew that the heavy pill was extremely overbearing, but he had never taken it before. He had only taken the incomplete version of the heavy pill for healing. Now that he had eaten it, he knew that the heavy pill was actually so powerful. This heavy pill allowed you to raise your cultivation by 4 stages. It has raised your cultivation from 1st grade Sword Sovereign to 5th grade Sword Sovereign. The Sword Spirit said, at the same time. It has also raised your cultivation level by a whole 10 grades. Now, your cultivation level is already 1st grade Martial Saint. Chu Yang himself could not help but take in a breath of cold air. He had long heard of the power of the heavy pill and knew about its functions. But when it was finally his turn today, he still felt shocked. Life and death, flesh and bones. Disregarding grades, raise cultivation level. Disregarding grades, rebirth. Disregarding grades, raise cultivation level by 10 grades. Now, Chu Yang finally understood the meaning of these words. There won't be any side effects, right? Chu Yang was surprised but also doubtful. He asked, any medicine, any cultivation level, as long as it is raised with the help of medicine, there will definitely be side effects. The Sword Spirit said solemnly, that's why I don't recommend you to use the heavy pill to cultivate. But now that you have Zi Xiecheng by your side, you can overcome the side effects under her super pressure. Using the high pressure, you can condense your cultivation into a real one in the shortest time possible. Of course, it's also because of the heavenly poison jade crystal. Other than the heavy pill, there's nothing else that can suppress it. That's why I let you take one. Chu Yang's face turned bitter. That means, from the moment I took the heavy pill, I immediately had to face Zi Xiecheng's abuse, and it's even worse? The Sword Spirit actually smiled gloatingly. If you want to understand it this way, it's fine. Chu Yang was surprised. Suddenly, he thought of something. Qingwu and my parents have both taken the heavy pill. Are they okay? The Sword Spirit laughed. Mo Qingwu is okay. Because the heavy pill is mainly used to rebirth and treat her old illness. It did not raise any cultivation level. Besides, she didn't have any cultivation level to raise at that time. So, it can only be hidden in her meridians. As her cultivation deepens, it will slowly unleash its function. There's no effect. Chu Yang said, Qingwu is okay. Then what about my parents? The Sword Spirit touched his chin. They are somewhat affected. Because when breaking through to the supreme martial artist level, the bottleneck is much harder to break through compared to ordinary people. You must know that forcibly raising one's cultivation level will definitely face greater obstacles. However, with their aptitude, it's not certain how long it will take for them to reach that level. By then, you may have a way. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Her white clothes fluttered as she flew into the sky. She looked at Chu Yang in shock. What's going on? Today, he went for a massage and had his penis removed. Both shoulders, the back of his neck, his trapezius muscles, his waist, all the way to the sciatic nerve of his buttocks. More than 10 purplish-black lumps protruded out. What the heck? It was raining in Laiwu. The autumn wind was cold. On the way back, he received the attention of all the ladies, feeling smug. When he reached home and looked in the mirror, He realized that the scar on his neck could not be covered at all. It was a spectacular sight, as if a black bear tattoo had been exposed. No wonder they looked at me. They must have taken me for a gangster. I'm very sorry for the late update today. I have to hurry up and write my story. I've just finished the treatment and my whole body feels good. So, I'm preparing to explode tomorrow and the day after. Chapter 9:13. Zi Xieching's bright eyes were filled with disbelief and astonishment. In these short 4 hours, the energy of the Tao state that she had collected was actually 100 times more than what she had collected in the past few days. So, as soon as this state ended, she hurriedly flew over to ask. This question was not important, because she had involuntarily added the essence of the universe into her voice. She roared towards the bottom of the well that was more than 1,000 feet deep. There was no place for her voice to disperse. Instantly, it reverberated in the well like thunder. Young Master Chu, who had just broken through, was in for a tragedy. With a scream, he covered his ears and almost rolled on the ground. His 7 orifices were almost bleeding from this violent sound wave. Just as he was about to protest, he saw the big rock above him collapse. The entire well collapsed with a blood-curdling scream. He was buried alive under the ground. The last thing he saw before he was buried was Zi Xieching's pretty face that was full of surprise and a little embarrassed. I've been killed by this woman. I haven't even left the black blood forest, and I'm already like this. If I go out, I really don't know what will happen. Femme fatale, the ancients really didn't lie. This was Chu Yang's last thought before he was buried. After a long time, Chu Yang crawled out with his face covered in dust. He lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out. His chest heaved up and down rapidly as he breathed in the fresh air. There was a big bump on his forehead like a unicorn. It was green and red and swollen, almost as long as a finger. That was when his cultivation was shaken off by the sound wave. Before he could gather his energy, he was hit by a rock. Don't play like this next time. You'll really die. King of Hell Chu said meaningfully. Chu Lu held a wet towel and massaged the horn on her elder brother's head. It's so strange. It's soft and tough. It's bulging inside. Chu Lu simply treated it as a game. Chu Yang breathed in miserably. While enduring his sister's torturous massage, he secretly channeled his energy to reduce the big bump on his head. Eh? Chu Lu was startled. Why is it gone? Lu is really a divine doctor. Divine Dr. Chu sat up and praised. Lu massaged it for a while, and the swelling actually went down. Really? Chu Lu immediately felt a sense of accomplishment as she narrowed her eyes happily. Of course it's real. Chu Yang vowed. If you don't believe me, you can touch it. It's gone, right? So I have this ability. Chu Lu revealed 2 small canine teeth. Big brother, I'll treat your injuries the next time you get hurt. Chu Yang was flabbergasted. Humph, Chu Lu rolled her eyes at him. Do you really think I'm stupid? Teasing a silly little girl must give you a sense of accomplishment, right? Chu Yang swallowed his anger and said, No, it's not you who is stupid. It's me who is stupid. Indeed, I was foolish. I knew that my younger sister's IQ was monstrously high, yet I still used such a trick. Let's not even talk about looking for trouble. Just as he tidied himself up, Zi Xieching walked over. Get up, I have something to ask you. If you have something to say, just say it here. Chu Yang laid on the ground and rolled his eyes. Now, he didn't like this peerless beauty of the continent. Zi Xieching glared at him, and Chu Yang immediately turned his head away. Zi Xieching was so angry that she laughed. What happened just now? What's the matter with you now? Just now. Now, it's what you saw. Chu Yang rolled his eyes. Zi Xieching's expression became dangerous and her aura became oppressive. Chu Yang jumped up from the ground with a schwa sound. His face was full of smiles. Actually, it's like this. After all, the arm couldn't win against the thigh. One had to bow under the eaves. A few days ago, your cultivation was higher than yours. Zi Xieching paced around and said thoughtfully, I was your sparring partner for so long before I helped you get even with him. Now, The tables have turned, and it's your cultivation that's higher than yours, and it's much higher. Get over here. She was so focused on talking that when she turned around, she realized that Chu Yang was still at the same spot and couldn't help but stare at him. Young Master Chu ran over. Hee. I'm here. Miss C, what can I do for you? Do you want me to massage your shoulders and legs for you? And give you a massage at the same time? Zi Sheqing stared at him. She was so angry that she was speechless. No matter how old she was still a pure and innocent girl. How could she let a man touch her casually? She even wanted to massage her shoulders and legs? Was that something that could be casually massaged? Do you think I'm your wife? You ate a heavy pill, right? Zi Sheqing asked lightly. Is it because of that thing below? Yes. Chu Yang thought. Why are you still asking when you already know? This heavy pill is indeed good stuff. Zi Sheqing pondered and stretched out a white and tender hand. Give me one. Let me try it. Try it? Chu Yang was shocked by this sentence. This was a heavy pill, not an apple or a pear. How could it be casually tried? These words were said in such a casual manner. No more, just that one. Chu Yang spread out his hands. He wasn't lying or evading. He really didn't have any more. No more. Zi Sheqing stared at him. He, your cultivation has improved, and you've become more daring. Come, I'll comprehend the power of the Tao state with you. Don't. Chu Yang's miserable cries were like a little white rabbit that had fallen into a bear's paw. He was protesting with all his might, but he still couldn't escape the fate of being trampled on. Then there was bang, 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 bang. There was the sound of sandbags being hit. The four of them walked in the black blood forest. After that breakthrough, Chu Yang was drilled by Zi Sheqing for another 5 days. Only after he had completely stabilized his cultivation of a few sword emperors did the four of them finally set off. Although Zi Sheqing said that she didn't care, before she left, she still watered the flowers and plants that she had planted. She led the water over so that the flowers and plants could freely absorb nutrients. Then, she walked a few rounds around the house that she had lived in for tens of thousands of years. She finally turned around and left. Along the way, her expression was very gloomy. With a female companion, Zi Sheqing naturally took care of Chu Luer. Wei Wuyan and Chu Yang, the two big men, walked in front and talked loudly as they walked. It wasn't known what they were talking about, but the two big men laughed loudly together. Then, Chu Yang lowered his voice and said a few words. Then, the two men started to laugh tacitly. It was filled with a kind of meaning. We're all men. There are some things that you and I understand, and we all understand. This made Zi Sheqing, who was at the back, laugh until she was furious. But she really couldn't bring herself to eavesdrop on their conversation. It wasn't that she was embarrassed, but that she was afraid that she wouldn't be able to resist slapping these two guys to death. Wei Wuyan's composure was already outstanding now. It was filled with the charm of, don't be surprised, and the strange will be defeated. He was really numb from all the blows. Sometimes, when he thought about it, Wei Wuyan's face would be filled with tears. When they first started to travel together, this guy was only a 4th stage sword sovereign, right? After a few days, he automatically broke through to the 5th stage sword sovereign after chatting with his sister for a while, right? Then, after coming to this black blood forest and fighting a few times, he entered the Tao realm a few times. Within 3 days after breaking through to the 5th stage sword sovereign, he even broke through to the 7th stage sword sovereign, right? Then, he met Zi Sheqing, and within 7 days, he advanced from the 5th stage sword sovereign to the 1st stage sword sovereign, right? The most ridiculous thing was that a few days ago, this guy went to pick herbs, dug a hole in the ground, and advanced from the 1st stage sword sovereign to the 5th stage sword sovereign. Right. Damn it. Is this something that a human can do? Wei Wuyan recalled that when he was learning martial arts, from the martial king level, he had to fight hard all the way. At the fastest time, it took him more than half a year to advance by 1 level. From the 4th stage martial emperor to the 5th stage martial monarch, he used a total of 127 years' time. And looking at Chu Yang's speed, and he was just an ordinary martial emperor, an ordinary martial monarch. Chu Yang was a sword sovereign, from the 4th stage sword sovereign to the 5th stage sword sovereign. 20 days. If there was a piece of tofu in front of him, Wei Wuyin would have bumped his head into it long ago. It was much better to die from bumping into a piece of tofu than to be affected by this guy. But as these few days passed, especially the last few days, Wei Wuyin no longer felt affected. Breakthrough? Oh, isn't it just a breakthrough? This is very normal. Entering the Tao state? Oh, isn't it just entering the Tao state? This is very normal. What? Comparing me with him? Whoever compares me with him, I'll destroy your whole family. I can be affected, but I can't be compared. Grandma, women are women. Not knowing what Wei Wuyin said, Chu Yang sighed with emotion. When two men were together, the topic was of course always about women. It was just that this sentence was a little loud. Not only did Zi Sheqing hear it, but Chu Le also heard it. Both of them couldn't help but perk up their ears. Yes, Wei Wuyin agreed with a sigh. Women can't be measured by common sense. They're unreasonable. Chu Yang was in high spirits, and he talked loudly. Even if she has power over the world, she's still a woman. Even if she seduces all living things, she's still a woman. Even if she's cold, ruthless, and decisive, she's still a woman. Even if her cultivation is the best in the world, she's still a woman. Zi Sheqing frowned as she listened to this emotional speech. Women are so sentimental and sad. When a tree falls, she'll cry. When the autumn wind blows, she'll cry. Even when a butterfly breaks its wings, she'll sigh for a long time. When parting, she'll be even more teary-eyed. Even when parting with a dog or a flower, she'll be melancholic for a long time. For example, Chu Yang's saliva flew everywhere as he spoke. He thought of his previous life when he was with Emo Qingwu. At that time, Emo Qingwu was extraordinarily sentimental. For example, what? A ghost-like voice asked from behind. The more Zi Sheqing listened, the more she felt that something was wrong. This guy is obviously talking about me. He's really got guts. As he quietly asked this question, his eyes were already filled with rage. Only then did Chu Yang realize that he had opened his mouth, and there were two women behind him. And these two women were existences that he couldn't afford to offend. He couldn't help but panic. Misty, actually I'm not talking about you.
Yes.
Zi Sheqing kicked him out. I know you're not talking about me, but this has nothing to do with me wanting to beat you up. Chapter 9:14. Chu Yang was silent. He recalled the memories of the first tribulation sword master. I had the heart to turn this brother into a tribulation to stabilize the continent. Who would have thought that I would end up like this? He couldn't help but sigh deeply. From Zi Sheqing's words, he finally understood some problems that he couldn't figure out previously. Chu Yang finally understood one point. This black blood forest was the folding point of the heavens continent, and the function of the tribulation sword was to maintain the stability of the continent. The tribulation sword master appeared once every 10,000 years. His so-called purpose wasn't to unify the upper three heavens, but to use this boundless killing intent to turn into blood-colored fate energy. With the tribulation as a guide, and with some unknown formation or secret technique, he maintained the stability of the continent for 10,000 years. After the boundary of the black blood forest regained its color after 1,000 years, it turned from hard to soft as usual. This proved that this folding point was about to collapse and couldn't hold on any longer. It was about to collapse, and as long as the tribulation sword master succeeded in reversing the situation, this brother would become a tribulation and be able to stabilize the upper three heavens once again. Or else, it would definitely collapse completely. Just like 10,000 years ago, the entire upper three heavens and lower three heavens would turn into dust and nothing would be left. Thinking of this, Chu Yang's heart suddenly felt heavy. He used his consciousness to ask the sword spirit, "Is that so?" The sword spirit didn't dare to answer and only nodded. Chu Yang was stunned. He had always hoped that he could open the plane channel earlier to bring his brothers up and create a great undertaking together. But at this moment, he suddenly hesitated. If they came up, would they really have to turn into tribulations and sacrifice themselves to the continent? If they didn't come up, they would also be crushed to death below. This actually became a dead end. Chu Yang clenched his fists tightly and said lightly in a low voice, "But no matter what, I won't let them die." The sword spirit said somewhat sympathetically, But if it really comes to that, I'm afraid it's no longer up to you. Chu Yang sneered. Chu Yang's sneer was filled with despair and determination. It was a chilling sneer. The sword spirit suddenly felt a surge of fear. He understood Chu Yang's plan and said hoarsely, Could it be that you? Could it be that you? Chu Yang sneered. That's right. If I really have no choice by then, I still have one last move to use. The sword spirit was stunned. Last move. How could he not know Chu Yang's last move? With my heart's blood, I will destroy all tribulations. That was a move to kill oneself before killing the enemy. Chu Yang said slowly, If we can't avoid fate in the end, we can only do so. With my heart's blood, I will destroy all tribulations. After that, if I could turn back time, then I definitely wouldn't choose to become brothers with them. If I couldn't turn back time, then my death wouldn't affect anything. Even if my brothers still had to die, I still died before them. They did not die in front of me. This way, although it's selfish at least for myself, I have a clear conscience towards my brothers, because in the end, I didn't use my brothers in exchange for anything. The sword spirit let out a long sigh and said, Have you ever thought that if you weren't the master of the calamity sword and someone else was, your brother would still die? They might not even live that long before they die. Chu Yang smiled warmly, but that's not because of me. As long as I am here, I will not allow them to die before me. The sword spirit opened his mouth, but felt that no matter what he said, it would be pale and weak. So, he had no choice but to close his mouth and not speak. Chu Yang also didn't speak. Then, he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and looked at Zi Sheqing with a burning gaze. Why are you looking at me? Zi Sheqing asked strangely. Chu Yang hesitated for a while and suddenly asked on a whim, Miss Zi, with your cultivation, I'm afraid you're already invincible in this world. May I ask, if you were to compare with the person who distorted the heavens back then, who would win? Zi Sheqing said amusedly, If I'm a sparrow, then he's a great rock flying above the heavens. What's there to compare? Chu Yang took a breath and let out a long breath. He muttered, This world is so big. Wei Wuyan couldn't help but be speechless. With Zi Sheqing's cultivation, she actually compared herself to a sparrow while comparing the other party to a great rock. Both Wei Wuyan and Chu Yang were silent, but their hearts were different. Wei Wuyan's heart was very calm. He had already accepted this fact. That person was a god who could fold the heavens with one hand. Such a person only existed in legends. But Chu Yang's heart was like a pot of boiling water, suddenly boiling at this moment. In his heart, an idea suddenly popped up. If I want to save the lives of my brothers, if I don't want my brothers to sacrifice themselves, then I must reach the level of the person who folded the heavens back then. Only when my strength reaches that level, then I can say that I can save people or subvert. Subvert, not subvert the heavens, but subvert this world. Or use my own strength to add another layer of seal to this continent. A layer of seal that no longer needed and would never need the catastrophe sword. To achieve that goal, at this moment, it was no different from a fool's dream. But Chu Yang had set such a goal in his heart at this moment. I want to fold the heavens. Chu Yang said in a low voice, I also want to reach the level of folding the heavens. Only then can I live my life without regrets. Although Chu Yang's voice was low, it was full of determination and unwavering determination. He said this sentence word by word, but it was as if he was being hammered by the hammer of heaven and earth. Every word fell heavily onto the ground, turning into an imprint on his soul that would never disappear. Wei Wuyan looked at him in shock. His heart almost jumped out of his throat because of what he said. Zi Sheqing looked up at Chu Yang with a very solemn and serious gaze for the first time. She said, Folding the heavens is not a skill. If one can create a heavens from nothing, then that's a great way. Creating a heavens? Chu Yang muttered to himself. Wei Wuyan was shocked speechless by what these two daring guys said. He opened his mouth and looked at the two of them, as if he had seen ghosts. Black Blood Forest was silent. For a moment, the three of them were silent. After a long time, Chu Yang finally heaved a sigh of relief and broke this indescribable silence. He said, If we go out of Black Blood Forest from here, we will have to face the Long clan, Zhuge clan, and Yi clan, right? Wei Wuyan said, yes, if we go out from here, we will be in the bordering area of the three big clans. Chu Yang nodded lightly and suddenly asked, Brother Wei, there's something that I still don't understand. Wei Wuyan said, what is it? It's the ballad of the big clans of the heavens, Chu Yang said. A piece of land in the east, a flute in the southeast, and thousands of miles of waves in the west. It's the clans, Shao clan and Qin clan. And it's the sky-shocking stone in the northwest, the pride of the Ling clan in the southwest, and the fragrance of celestial orchids in the south. It's the Shi clan, Ling clan, and Long clan. The swords and sabers of the north are sharp, while the Zhuge clan of the south are mighty. Only the Li clan, the Zhuge clan, and the Yi clan, are they not? Yes, it's completely correct. Wei Wuyan was confused. What's the problem? Don't you think it's repetitive? Chu Yang asked in surprise. Look, the fragrance of celestial orchids in the south, and Zhuge clan and Yi clan, are all in the south, and the southeast and southwest are already there. There are two big clans in the south, but there's none in the northeast. So it's about this. Wei Wuyan smiled. The south is very big. Compared to the north, the south is vast and the climate is warm and comfortable. Also, because there are more wise people in the Zhuge clan, this is the feng shui that they chose. As for the Long clan, it's because the 7 stars immortal orchid needed by the clan's martial arts must grow in the south. Therefore, it's not strange for them to share the south with the Zhuge clan. He paused for a while and said, as for the northeast, that's the base camp of the 3 stars divine clan. The divine clans appear in the northeast. Normally, no one dares to go in. And the headquarters of the law enforcement officers is also located in the northeast. That's equivalent to the territory of the law enforcement officers. So, although there's the 3 stars divine clan in the northeast, it's the most stable place in the entire upper 3 heavens. I see. Chu Yang nodded and said, then, how far is it from here to the Wind Thunder platform in the northwest? One can enter and exit the one-line heavens through the wind and thunder? Wei Wuyan looked at Chu Yang. How do you know that dangerous place? Then, he frowned and said, it's extremely dangerous there. Moreover, the climate is completely different from here. Also, the journey is extremely long. I've never been there in my life. If I calculate the distance, it should be 5,000 miles. 5,000 miles? Chu Yang exclaimed. Why did I hear that it's only 37,000 miles from the southeast to the northwest? And we've already walked more than 5,000 miles. Wei Wuyan smiled. The journey is indeed 37,000 miles. This is not wrong at all. But that's under the condition that we don't take a detour. But if you don't take a detour, how can you reach the northwest? Chu Yang was disappointed and said, so 37,000 miles is just a straight line distance. Wei Wuyan laughed. That's right. As he said, he couldn't help but laugh. Shaking his head, he said, 37,000 miles. This is really the calculation of life. Chu Yang lowered his head dejectedly. Damn, it's still so far. My 5th fragment of the Tribulation Sword. Let's speed up, Zi Sheqing urged. The 4 of them sped up at the same time. After walking for another 200 miles, Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan simultaneously felt that their bodies were lighter. The ability to control their divine senses had returned. It seemed that from here onwards, they were out of the restrictions of the Black Blood Forest. Just when they were about to reach the small mountain that Wei Wuyan had pointed out, Zi Sheqing suddenly frowned and waved her hands. Everyone stopped and looked at her in confusion. Wei Wuyan, the place where your teacher lives. There are so many experts now? Zi Sheqing frowned and asked. Chapter 9:15. Many experts? It can't be. I've deliberately found the most secluded place for my teacher's residence. When I enter and exit the Black Blood Forest, I also take a detour and don't dare to reveal any traces. Why are there so many people? Wei Wuyan said in surprise. There are many experts. 7 or 8 of them are not below you, and 3 or 4 of them are far above you. Zi Sheqing frowned as she listened. She said lightly, and their murderous intents are very strong. Strong murderous intents? Wei Wuyan's face changed. Not good. Could it be that they've chased after us? The law enforcement interrogation hall? Chu Yang asked. Yes. Wei Wuyan was very anxious. He was about to rush over. Wait, Chu Yang said calmly, Brother Wei, let's make a good plan first. You can also tell us the cause and effect of this matter, so that we can have a good idea. Wei Wuyan said, Okay, let's talk as we walk. Chu Yang nodded silently and sped up. The law enforcement interrogation hall was the most powerful hall in the law enforcement circle, apart from the elders and the elders. There were as many experts as there were clouds inside. My teacher's name is Hongwoo Yang, and he has the honorific title of Supreme Icy Snow. 1,000 years ago, he was also an all-powerful figure. And the law enforcement master of the interrogation hall is called Lang Along, and he has the nickname of Raging Waves. This person is actually from the same hometown as my teacher. Back then, the two of them had a very good relationship. When they were young, they had once roamed the martial world together. Wei Wuyan explained the ins and outs of the matter as they hurried on. Later on, my teacher and Lang Along met a girl who was being chased by bandits at the same time. The two of them acted together and saved the girl. The girl was very beautiful, and my teacher and Lang Along took a fancy to her at the same time. Needless to say, the two of them had turned against each other because of this girl. Chu Yang looked up and sighed. Femme fatale. Femme fatale. As he said, he couldn't help but glance at Zi Xieching. He empathized with Wei Wuyan's teacher. Zi Xieching was expressionless. She glanced at him and said in a voice that only the two of them could hear, after settling the matter of Wei Wuyan's master, you need to improve your cultivation. Chu Yang was on the verge of tears. He wished he could slap his own mouth a few times. I told you not to talk nonsense. Don't talk nonsense. You fucking talked nonsense again. A woman can't marry two husbands. In the end, that woman still chose my master and became my master's wife. As Wei Wuyan ran, his words were still clear and logical. Lang Along left heartbroken. If that's all, then it's nothing much. Although Lang Along was sad, he didn't do anything despicable. Wei Wuyan let out a wry laugh. I hate Lang Along to the core, but when it comes to this matter, I'm not willing to deliberately smear his name. Although Lang Along is a little biased, he's still considered a sexual lover. Chu Yang nodded, understood. After a few decades, my master's wife suddenly contracted a strange illness. It was a terminal illness of the bloodline. My master sought treatment from many places, but in the end, she couldn't be saved and died in my master's arms. Wei Wuyan's voice became low and deep. At that time, Lang Along was already a low-level law enforcement officer. When he received the news, he rushed over from afar to offer his condolences. In the morning hall, he was emotional and heartbroken. He vomited blood and fainted on the spot. After he woke up, he fell out with my master and blamed him for not taking good care of the person he loved. My master tried to explain, but he just wouldn't listen. Everyone's persuasion was useless. He cut ties with my master on the spot and fought with him. Everyone was there at that time. Lang Along didn't succeed and was injured by one of my master's brothers. Before he left, he cut off his finger and swore to the heavens that he would fight my master to the death for the rest of his life. He swore that he would make my master suffer the cruelest torture in the world until he died. When Wei Wuyan said this, both Chu Yang and Zi Xieching sighed deeply. The two of them really didn't have much to say about such matters. This Lang Along could be considered a sentimental person. When the person he loved didn't choose him, he left heartbroken. When he returned, she was already gone. After several decades, he was actually still heartbroken and vomited blood and fainted on the spot. This showed how deep his love was. He had never married in his entire life. This also showed that he had used up all the feelings he had in his life to fall in love with her back then. It was just that even though his infatuation was pitiable, his actions were detestable. No matter what, that woman was already married and was someone else's wife. Moreover, she had died because of an incurable disease and not because she had been abused by her husband's family. It was very wrong of Lang Along to make such a fuss. That Hongwoo Yang was really tragic enough. He was already heartbroken over the death of his beloved wife. Yet an old rival in love popped up to denounce him. and he even got into a fight in the morning hall. It really wasn't easy for him to hold himself back. Chu Yang thought to himself, actually, there's only one thing to say. Regardless of whether she's the person you love, she's still my wife. What right do you have to ask me about this? What status do you have to ask me about this? But that Hong Wuliang probably didn't have the guts to say this, right? After losing his beloved wife, my master devoted himself to martial arts and reached the martial saint level within a few hundred years. Lang Along, on the other hand, was determined to take revenge, and his cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds. Wei Wuyan said, whenever the two of them met, it would be a battle of life and death. My master's cultivation was higher than Lang Along's, so he showed mercy every time and didn't kill him. But not only did Lang Along not appreciate my master's painstaking efforts, he even became more and more aggressive. He actually remembered all the people who had fought with him among those who went to offer their condolences back then. In the future, he used all kinds of means to take revenge, either by framing others or making use of his rights as a law enforcement officer to arrest them one by one and persecute them to death. That's not right at all. Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing said at the same time, even if there's a grudge between them, even if he's sad and indignant, there's no need to lay his hands on innocent people. That's right. Wei Wuyan said, it's also precisely because of this that my master and Lang Yilong truly became mortal enemies. So much so that my master even took the initiative to travel all over the world to look for Lang Yilong and seek justice for his dead brothers. But Lang Yilong disappeared without a trace from then on and disappeared from this world. When he reappeared several hundred years later, Lang Yilong had already become a warden of the law enforcement interrogation hall. The two of them fought several battles. Lang Yilong had many henchmen and my master was no match for him, so he could only look for opportunities. Several hundred years passed again and my master became a supreme martial artist. Then, he wanted to look for Lang Yilong to settle scores. But at that time, Lang Yilong took the initiative to issue a challenge and invited my master to a fair battle. When Wei Wuyan reached this point, Chu Yang and Zi Sheqing already understood everything. They couldn't help but sigh deeply in their hearts. Just because of the affection back then, the two of them were entangled with each other for their entire lives. Although it could be said that they became two supreme martial artists because of this, the two of them still fought to the death over this matter even after they became supreme martial artists. It could be seen that the affection back then was deeply engraved in their hearts. My master went alone. The two of them had a drink, first as a parting of life and death. Then, the two of them had a great battle on the mountain. But at the critical moment, when my master and Lang Yilong exchanged injuries, each of them struck the other with a palm. It was only then that my master realized that Lang Yilong's arm had turned into the color of an entire purple crystal jade core. What he was using at this moment was actually the purple crystal hand. The purple crystal hand can cause one to go bankrupt. Wei Wuyan said, my master's mind was in a mess and he wanted to escape. But Lang Yilong pursued him all the way. He didn't hesitate to exchange injuries for injuries and struck my master 3 more times. My master fled back with serious injuries and immediately took me to a place to live in seclusion. Only a few days later, the place where we originally lived was already reduced to ashes. All these years, the illness of my master's purple crystal hand became more and more serious. Since 100 years ago, his purple crystals had already been depleted. I roamed the martial world alone, desperately earning purple crystals to extend my master's life. Until today. When Wei Wuyan finished, he heaved a long sigh. With the purple crystal hand, one's path could never be cut off. If the supply of purple crystals was cut off one day, from the next day onwards, the number of purple crystals needed would double, and so on and so forth. All these years, for the sake of his master's injuries, this Wuyan expert who had never begged anyone in his life had really been driven to a corner. Ordinary people could still rest and recuperate after completing a mission and find other ways to enjoy and relax. But no matter how difficult a mission Wei Wuyan had completed, the next one was already in his hands. He didn't dare to stop for even a moment. He was afraid that one day his master's purple crystals would be cut off and he wouldn't be able to continue anymore. It's indeed not easy, Zi Sheqing chuckled. Zixieqing chuckled. Then, her face turned cold. Her slender eyebrows furrowed slightly, revealing boundless murderous intent. But this matter really deserves to be killed. Both of them deserve to be killed. Both of them deserve to be killed? Wei Wuyan was stunned. Even Chu Yang was a little puzzled. Lang Yilong deserves to be killed. It's one thing for him to like a woman, but this woman is already married. Even if he can't let go of her, he should at least hide it in his heart. To make a scene in the mourning hall of another person's wife, saying that the other person didn't take good care of his beloved, it's simply laughable and despicable. Just this alone is enough to warrant the death penalty. Because he caused a dead person's reputation to be tarnished because of him, not to mention that he did so many other wrong things after that. Even death can't wipe out his crimes. Zixieqing said coldly and sternly, "Perhaps you men will think that this is a kind of deep affection that is worthy of praise. But let me tell you, in a woman's heart, this kind of infatuation is even more unbearable than that of an enemy who has committed heinous crimes. Because this kind of deep affection will destroy her peaceful and happy life at any time. And what is the most important thing for a woman? Once she is married, the most important things are her family, husband, and children. Lang Yilong's deep affection can easily take away all these from a woman's life. No matter how loyal a woman is, as long as her husband has the slightest bit of suspicion, then there will never be a day of peace and it will all end in tragedy. To be deeply in love with a woman whom you like and who also likes you is a virtue. But to be deeply in love with a woman whom you like, but who doesn't like you is torture and destruction. This kind of man deserves to be killed even more than a perverted thief. The murderous intent in Zixieqing's eyes was overwhelming. Chapter 9:16. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Chu Yang and Wei Wuyan were stunned at the same time. Net of nets, indeed. The two of them considered the problem from a man's point of view. They indeed felt that although Lang Yilong had committed heinous crimes, he was deeply affectionate and well-intentioned. He was really a pitiful person in love. Indeed, a hateful person would definitely have a pitiful side. However, they didn't expect that coming from a woman's mouth, it would become a heinous crime. Chu Yang thought deeply for a while and finally said, "That's right. This is very reasonable." He let out a long sigh and said, "When we men talk about love, we usually stand on the man's side. Sometimes, it's inevitable that we'll be one-sided. Love is always two-sided. If we don't care about the woman's feelings, I believe that we won't be a good husband." When he said this, Chu Yang was thinking about Mo Qingwu. He thought, what is Qingwu like? If Qingwu becomes my wife, then what should I do? Wei Wuyan nodded. At first, Zixieqing's words seemed a little extreme. However, after thinking about it carefully, he knew that what she said actually made a lot of sense. For a woman, a man's deep and unforgettable love for a woman was undoubtedly the highest affirmation of herself. Therefore, before marriage, a woman would really enjoy such deep feelings. However, after the other party married someone else, if such deep feelings still existed, it would become a nightmare that the woman couldn't get rid of. She would be constantly on tenterhooks about whether the other party would suddenly appear in front of her and her husband. Since a woman had decided to marry a man, she had already decided where she would belong for the rest of her life. Therefore, she would care a lot about her marriage and her life. If someone wanted to destroy her marriage, in her heart, no matter how good this person had been to her in the past, at this moment, he would be an abominable enemy, because as long as it was a woman, she would know that a husband's suspicion could easily destroy a marriage that could have lasted forever. Net of nets, just as men knew that a woman's jealousy was unreasonable, similarly, a man's suspicion was also absolutely unreasonable. A woman's jealousy could be resolved, but once a man's suspicion arose, there would never be a time when it would disappear, until the death of the marriage. A man could endure the humiliation of being groomed, but he would never endure being cuckolded. Therefore, if you love a woman and she already has a home, then it's best not to date her with the idea of not being lovers, but being friends, because she's no longer alone. Beside her, there is always a pair of eyes, watching her and you vigilantly. even if he was full of smiles. But sometimes, a careless look or action from you can bring endless grievances and mental pain to the person you love. Put yourself in someone else's shoes. If your wife and her ex-lover were to chat and laugh together, you wouldn't feel comfortable either. So if you truly love me, please let me go. After that, her emotions and sorrows will have nothing to do with you. It might seem cold and emotionless, but it was the highest level of love. Lang Yilong should be killed. However, Hong Woyang deserves to be killed even more. Zi Xiecheng said coldly. He clearly knew that Lang Yilong was such a person, yet he showed mercy and didn't kill him. It was only when Lang Yilong killed all of his friends and brothers that he started to take action. A man like him doesn't deserve to be called a man. Firstly, in front of his wife's coffin, he actually allowed Lang Yilong to claim that his wife was Lang Yilong's most beloved person. This is equivalent to allowing him to slander his wife's reputation. And he even explained it to him. That's one sin. Secondly, when Lang Yilong challenged him to a duel, he was indirectly slandering his deceased wife for the second time. Yet he still let him go. That's two sins. Thirdly, his friends died because of him. He was the one who caused the deaths of his friends and brothers, and not Lang Yilong. That's three sins. Fourthly, for so many years, he enjoyed his disciples' offerings with a clear conscience, completely ignoring the fact that his purple crystal hand had already destroyed his disciples' life. His selfishness is so infuriating. That's four sins. The combined punishment of four sins is a capital offense that deserves to be hacked into pieces. Zi Xiecheng said coldly, a man like this is unfaithful to his wife, unfaithful to his friends, and unloving to his brothers. He's overcautious and indecisive. Living is disgusting. He might as well die early and reincarnate earlier so that fewer people will die because of him. Wei Wuyin was furious. How dare you say that about my master? Zi Xiecheng said dispassionately, your master? The moment I see him, I'll kill him with my own hands. Your master? Marrying your master's wife is actually not as blissful as marrying Lang Yilong back then, because Lang Yilong took the initiative to bear everything for her, while your master was passive. Although Lang Yilong isn't a good person, he more or less has some sense of responsibility as a man. As for your master, he's no longer worthy of being called a man. Wei Wuyin said coldly, since that's the case, I won't trouble you anymore. He turned and hurried away. He had originally wanted to make use of Zi Xiecheng's terrifying cultivation to kill the enemy. However, Zi Xiecheng's words had crossed Wei Wuyin's bottom line. From the perspective of a bystander, how could Wei Wuyin not know that although Zi Xiecheng's words were extreme, they were indeed the truth? Moreover, his master's indecisiveness had persisted for his entire life. But facts were facts. He couldn't admit it, because the person Zi Xiecheng was scolding was his master, the person who had raised him up and nurtured him into a talent. Even if he was really guilty, he shouldn't say it himself. Moreover, his master had always been a passive recipient and victim in this matter. Therefore, Wei Wuyin resolutely gave up on seeking help and went to save his master alone. In order to avoid making things difficult for Chu Yang, he didn't say goodbye to Chu Yang when he left. What you said is the truth and reasonable, but you're too direct. Chu Yang walked over and complained. You mean, you're on Wei Wuyin's side? Zi Xiecheng turned to look at Chu Yang, her gaze deep and serene. Yes. Chu Yang nodded without hesitation. Even if what you said is reasonable, but there's one thing you can't change. That's his master. In other words, if the person you're looking for had made such a mistake and others were scolding him in front of you, what would you do? Zi Xiecheng's gaze turned cold. No one can scold him in front of me. Chu Yang said coldly, but you scolded Wei Wuyin's master in front of him. Put yourself in his shoes, what would you do? Wei Wuyin is already very polite to you. Zi Xiecheng's gaze froze. You're criticizing me? Why can't I? Chu Yang sneered. Is it because your cultivation is high that no one has criticized you before? Should everyone be afraid of you and coax you? If that's the case, then you've misjudged me. I've tolerated you along the way only because you're a woman and I'm a man. That's all. If you think that I'm afraid of you, I'll look down on your IQ. What an unyielding man. Zi Xiecheng said, not knowing whether she was praising or belittling him. Then, her voice suddenly softened and she said softly, "I know that you men have your self-esteem, but women also have their own pursuits and bottom lines. A man's bottom line is whether a woman is loyal, but a woman's bottom line is whether a man is responsible. A man like Wei Wuyan's master is an irresponsible man. Even if his martial arts are high, he's still not a good match for a woman. I've been to countless plains, and in most of them, men are superior to women. It's normal for a man to have 3 wives and 4 concubines. I admit this, but even if some men have 3 wives and 4 concubines, each of his wives and concubines loves him to the core. Why? Because this man is worthy of their love. And some men can only marry 1 wife in their lifetime, but his wife will make him a cuckold. Why? Because this man is not worthy of his wife's loyalty." Zisheching said lightly, "Every woman is willing to be faithful to her husband until they grow old. No woman is born a slut. Do you understand this, Chu Yang?" "I understand, but it doesn't mean that I agree," Chu Yang said angrily. "If you want to apologize, say it properly. Don't use such a condescending tone. Do others owe you anything?" Zisheching chuckled and said indifferently, "What I said just now hurt Wei Wuyan's self-esteem. I will apologize to him for this later. Right is right, wrong is wrong. No matter how high my cultivation is, I've never denied doing something wrong. But I apologize to Wei Wuyan because I shouldn't have scolded his master in front of him, not because I scolded him wrongly. When I see his master, I'll still scold him to his face. I need to make this clear in advance." Chu Yang was speechless. Facing such a stubborn person, he really couldn't do anything about it. "Let's go. Otherwise, Wei Wuyan will lose his life," Zisheching said lightly. Then, she laughed and said, "Actually, if I don't send Wei Wuyan away alone, how can you go up and risk your life to enter the Tao state?" She smiled and led the way. "At this time, you still haven't forgotten about that." Chu Yang was speechless and followed closely. After walking for less than 10 feet, Zisheching suddenly turned her head and revealed a strange smile. "What?" Chu Yang asked vigilantly. "You have to remember what I said just now," Zisheching smiled and said. "What?" Chu Yang was alarmed. "You have to think carefully about what you can do to deserve a woman's love." Zisheching laughed and said, "Otherwise, if one of your future wives cheats on you, don't blame me for not reminding you." Chu Yang was fuming with anger and said without thinking, "If I have a wife who cheats on me in the future, the one who cheats on me will definitely be you." Zisheching's face turned red and then cold. Then, she said coldly, "Chu Yang, you're so bold. You actually dare to tease me?" Chu Yang said angrily, "Are you the only one who's allowed to tease me?" Zisheching nodded slowly and said, "You wait." Then, she turned and left. Chu Yang followed her and thought, "Damn it, with your behavior, not to mention whether I'll be cheated on, even if you give yourself to me, I won't dare to accept it. Damn it, who the hell can take it? Besides, she's a woman who has lived for hundreds of thousands of years. She's a peerless old woman." Chu Yang looked at the slim figure in front of him and thought, "Although I won't accept it even if you give yourself to me, I have to admit that this peerless old woman is also a peerless, beautiful old woman." Chapter 9:17. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation. Zisheching carried Chu Lu'er on her back and sped along with Chu Yang. The speed of the two was so fast that it didn't take long for them to reach the foot of the mountain that Wei Wuyan named Little Green Mountain. Net, Chu Yang released his divine senses and couldn't help but be shocked. There were at least 30 to 40 experts searching around this little green mountain. But from the looks of it, they hadn't found Wei Wuyan's master, Hong Wuoyang. If they had found him, these people would have retreated long ago. Wei Wuyan went to the southwest direction. His movements are very careful. Zisheching frowned and listened for a while. Then, she said, "It seems that his master has been placed in the southwest direction." Chu Yang nodded. "Since he's living in seclusion and doesn't want others to know, then even if he's in the mountains, he won't build any houses. That's too eye-catching. So, Wei Wuyan and his master must be living in a very secretive cave. Let's go over." Zisheching smiled. Although I don't like a master like him, since you want to help him, I can only help you. Chu Yang snapped his fingers. After knowing each other for so long, this sentence of yours makes me feel the most comfortable. Zixieqing frowned and looked at him meaningfully. Then, she said, 3 times. Chu Yang said calmly, 3. What Zixieqing meant was that Chu Yang already owed her 3 times of abuse. At this critical juncture, she would keep it in mind for the time being. Chu Yang wasn't in a hurry. Anyway, I'm going to improve my strength. You're going to abuse me? You can help me improve, and I can also earn elixirs from you. Yes, 1 at a time, 3 at a time. Let's go, said Zixieqing. Okay. Chu Yang was energized. Let's go over secretly. Go over secretly? Zixieqing looked at him in surprise. Why do we have to go over secretly? Fight it out in the open. These people are really not enough for me to blow on. Chu Yang's head was full of sweat. They are not enough for you to blow on, but you won't do anything. The only one who will do anything is me, the coolie. I'm here. Don't be afraid. Zixieqing patted her chest, full of confidence. Net, Chu Yang had a bitter look on his face as he followed this big sister out in large strides. She was valiant and spirited. He had only taken about 10 steps when he heard someone say, "Who is it?" Chu Yang swaggered and said, "It's me." A black-clothed man appeared in front of a tree. He suspiciously looked at Chu Yang. "Who are you?" Chu Yang laughed. "I am who I am." The black-clothed man's face darkened. His eyes were filled with mockery and cruelty. "You're you? Who do you think you are?" Chu Yang twisted his neck and said with a smile, "If you're not mistaken, I'm a man." The black-clothed man's face changed, and he said furiously, "Bastard." Chu Lu'er, who was at the side, couldn't help but giggle. These 3 questions and 3 answers made him not know whether to laugh or cry. This person's question was very regular, but Chu Yang's answer was purely a stroke of genius. The black-robed man looked in the direction of the laughter and saw Zixieqing standing beside Chu Lu'er. Zixieqing's clothes were as white as snow, and her hair was like clouds. She just stood there, but it was as if she was standing in the moonlight. This ordinary place was suddenly filled with a celestial aura when she stood there. It made people feel that this was not the human world at all. Instead, it should be a bejeweled jade palace, a sky-high pavilion. No one could describe her beauty, and no one could describe her appearance in detail. In short, she was like a celestial fairy who had suddenly descended to the human world. She stood there quietly, her face cold and indifferent. Naturally, she was filled with an unattainable aura. She was high above, incomparable, holy and noble, and unparalleled in the world. The black-clothed man's face was originally full of anger, but it suddenly changed. His face was still angry, but it froze, and his eyes revealed a look of intoxication. He unconsciously stared at Zixieqing, his mouth wide open, and saliva flowed out from the corners of his mouth. Chu Yang sighed in his heart. Damn it, I knew it would be like this. This guy was a martial monarch, and he was at least 100 years old. Seeing a beauty, he actually had such an expression. It could be seen that Zixieqing's allure was unimaginable. Templar noticing that the black-robed man was looking at her rudely, Zixieqing frowned unhappily. It was just a frown, but it was clear that he was not happy to see her looking at him like that. That was what it meant. The black-clothed man suddenly woke up with a start and let out an ah. Suddenly, he was at a loss of what to do. His face actually turned red, and his 2 hands started grabbing and pinching here and there. He actually acted like an innocent young man who suddenly saw his dream lover. Even though Chu Yang was extremely depressed in his heart, he couldn't help but find it a little funny at this moment. Bro, you don't know, right? The woman in front of you is old enough to be your 18 generations of ancestors' great-grandmother. What's your name, miss? The black-clothed man had been silent for a long time, and finally managed to ask such a question. Chu Yang was depressed, but he still wanted to hold his belly and laugh out loud. You're already so old. Don't tell me you still want to pick up girls? Zixieqing didn't say anything. She only looked at Chu Yang with her beautiful eyes. The black-clothed man suddenly woke up and turned to look at Chu Yang. The cruelty in his eyes was gone, and it was replaced by envy, jealousy, and hatred. Then, his whole face turned purple, as if he had a feud with Chu Yang for killing his father and stealing his wife. "You little bastard!" The black-clothed man shouted furiously. "Little bastard! You're actually so beautiful. You actually dared to trick me? This is intolerable. Today, I don't care which clan you're from. Since you've offended me, consider yourself unlucky." Chu Yang felt a little dizzy. How could he not understand that what this bastard really wanted to say was, "You actually have such a beautiful wife. This is intolerable." But when the words reached his mouth, he changed his mind. "Even if I have such a beautiful wife, it has nothing to do with you, right?" Chu Yang looked at this impulsive old man with interest. "What do you want?" Only then did he suddenly realize that there was a lifelike orchid embroidered on the collar and cuffs of this black-clothed man. Someone from the Long clan? Chu Yang was stunned. Isn't this the law enforcement interrogation hall? Why is he from the Long clan? The black-clothed man said furiously, "What do I want? Humph. If you kneel down obediently now and kowtow to me 3 times, I'll let you off, let you off." He said 2 sentences consecutively and suddenly said with a red face, "Let your woman apologize to me again and I'll spare your life." Towards the end, not only did he muster up the courage to say his true intentions, he even changed the way he addressed himself as old man to old man. Presumably, this martial monarch must have suddenly remembered that old man was not suitable for beautiful woman. Old man was more like it. Chu Yang looked at him worriedly. Even if you're blinded by beauty, you should be able to tell that the person standing in front of you is also a martial monarch who's not inferior to you, right? How could you say such brainless words, little one? Are you willing to listen to old man's judgment? The black-clothed man shouted angrily as he stole glances at Zi Xiecheng. Looking at her, he didn't care whether she was a martial monarch or a supreme martial artist. He was already distracted. Chu Yang sighed. "I'm not willing." "You're willing? That's good." "What? You're saying that you're not willing?" The black-clothed man was furious. "You're asking for trouble." He actually rushed over in large strides with an aggressive aura. He actually wanted to fight. Chu Yang sighed gloomily and raised his right hand. With a clang, before Chu Yang's sword was out, the scabbard on the black-clothed man's waist suddenly shook violently. A shining long sword automatically came out of the scabbard and stood upright in the wind, shining with a cold light. The black-clothed man exclaimed, "Sword sovereign?" He suddenly stopped and felt that something wasn't right. He looked at Chu Yang carefully and his face finally darkened. "Sword sovereign? You're awake?" Chu Yang looked at him with a half-smile. The black-clothed man took 2 steps back and looked a little conflicted. He knew clearly that he couldn't defeat a sword sovereign. Even if the other party was only a first-grade sword sovereign, with his strength, he might not be able to defeat him. But if he called for help, this peerless beauty, he wouldn't have a share. Especially that perverted 7th young master. He looked at Zi Xiecheng reluctantly and sighed dejectedly. Suddenly, he looked up to the sky and let out a long howl. His voice carried a few strange syllables, which floated up into the sky. After all, his life was more important. Not long after he let out the howl, a gust of wind blew over. More than 10 people came from all directions. A calm and gloomy voice said, "What's the matter?" Then there was a sudden sound, as if they were stunned. Then there were many similar sounds. Obviously, these people were all stunned by Zi Xiecheng's beauty when they saw her. Chu Yang looked over and saw 3 people on the left, 3 on the right, 3 behind him, and 2 in front of him. Including the black-clothed man, there were exactly 12 people. Among them were martial monarchs. There were 4 people whose cultivation levels couldn't be determined. They must be martial saints. A young duke in a long brocade robe, holding a folding fan, stood tall and straight. He looked elegant and graceful. Beside this young duke, there was a man in his 30s. Just by standing there casually, he was already as unshakable as a high mountain. These people all had one thing in common. That was, there was a lifelike orchid embroidered on their collars and sleeves. Everyone looked at Zi Xiecheng, unable to take their eyes off her. Ever since the young duke arrived, his peach blossom-like eyes were fixed on Zi Xiecheng. The more he looked at her, the more passionate his gaze became. Suddenly, he laughed loudly. Gumu, you've done a great service for me this time. Ha ha ha. When I go back this time, I'll reward you handsomely. The black-clothed man's mouth twitched and he said, Thank you, young master. That young man couldn't be bothered with him. He already walked towards Zi Sheqing impatiently. Miss, I'm Lan Ruoyan from the Lan clan. May I know how to address you? He only had eyes for this otherworldly beauty. He didn't even look at Chu Yang from the corner of his eyes. Chapter 9:18. Zi Sheqing said coldly, What does it have to do with you how I address you? As she said, she pulled Chu Lu and walked behind Chu Yang. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she had come to seek protection from a man after seeing that the other party was outnumbered. Chu Yang instantly rolled his eyes. Lan Ruoyan was obviously a member of the Lan clan, and from the looks of it, he was a male cousin of the Lan clan. Just one look at his expression, and one could tell that this guy was a lecher. When such a person saw a beauty like Zi Sheqing, he was simply like a fly that saw honey. He would rather be smashed into pieces than to get close to her. Zi Sheqing was as cold as ice and frost. Her cold temperament that kept people 1,000 miles away made Lan Ruoyan even happier and more interested. It seemed that all men had a common problem. The more difficult it was to conquer a woman, the greater the sense of accomplishment. This was a common problem for all men, and this Duke Lan was no exception. Out of the 12 people from the Lan clan, 11 of them were already dazzled. Only the man in his 30s standing beside Lan Ruoyan felt slightly uneasy. He also felt strange in his heart. There were only one man and 2 women in front of him, and only this man had some ability, but he was only a monarch-level martial artist. As for the 2 women, one was a little girl, and the other woman looked like she was only a zone-level martial artist. They were even weaker. But why did he have a feeling that a disaster was about to befall him? With his cultivation as a first-grade supreme martial artist, he shouldn't have such a feeling. 7th young master, in my opinion, it's better not to complicate matters. We'd better complete the law enforcement master's task as soon as possible and return to report. If the Yi clan and Zhuge clan are ahead of us, it'll be a great loss of face for the Lan clan. After pondering for a while, he finally trusted his intuition. Because his intuition had never lied to him. Lan Ruoyan waved his folding fan and looked at Zi Sheqing smilingly. As for Chu Yang, he was directly ignored by him. He said casually, Grand Uncle Han, that matter isn't urgent. They haven't found it after searching for a few days. I don't believe that they will find it at this moment. Besides, the matter here is also very important. That Grand Uncle Han sighed and thought, What's so important about the matter here? It's just that you've belittled his wife. On the other side, Chu Yang thought to himself, so it wasn't the law enforcement officers who came out this time? Instead, it was that Lang Yilong who had mobilized the 3 super clans and gotten them to do the dirty work for him? If that was the case, would there still be people from the Yi clan and the Zhuge clan here? He wondered. Who were the representatives of those 2 families? Little miss, you haven't heard of me, Lan Ruoyan, right? Lan Ruoyan smiled and said proudly, Then you should have heard of Lan clan, right? As for the little girl beside you, he pointed at Chu Yang with his folding fan and said disdainfully, Who does he think he is? Miss, if you follow me, I guarantee that you'll live a carefree and happy life. It's better than following this little 4 Cs and suffering all kinds of hardships. Zi Sheqing said coldly, My fiancé is highly skilled in martial arts and is the #1 among the younger generation. He is said to be invincible among experts of the same level. He is a great man with an indomitable spirit. You are just a young man from an aristocratic family. How can you be better than my fiancé? Fiancé? Just fiancé? Lan Ruoyan's eyes lit up instantly. Ha ha ha, just fiancé is great. He tilted his head and said to Chu Yang, Little girl, I'm not going to play games with you. In short, such a beauty is not someone you can handle. Get lost obediently. If I'm in a good mood, I'll spare your life. Seeing that he was surrounded by his own people, this young master actually tore off all his pretense and put on a posture of snatching. It was obvious that this young master wanted to snatch a girl by force. Chu Yang said coldly, Whether she can handle it or not still depends on the real skills. He was really not interested in talking to this bunch of lechers now. He might as well cut the Gordian knot. Let's fight. You actually want to fight? Lan Ruoyun laughed out loud, as if he had heard a great joke. He tilted his head and said lightly, "Who wants to fight with this invincible expert of the same level?" A man in his 40s stepped forward and said calmly, "Master Qigong, this young man's cultivation is not bad. Ordinary monarchs may not be able to take him down. Let me fight him." Lan Ruoyun grinned, revealing a cruel arc. He said in a low voice, "Kill." This man nodded heavily. He turned over and faced Chu Yang. He said lightly, "Young man, what's your name? Which clan are you from?" Chu Yang said coldly, "If I tell you which clan I'm from, will you not snatch my wife? What's the use of telling you?" The man's eyes didn't move. He said, "If you tell me now, there's still room for negotiation if we have a relationship. If you don't blame me for being merciless." Chu Yang laughed. "Then be merciless." The man's eyes flickered. He said lightly, "Good, good, good." Suddenly, with a clang, he unsheathed his sword and pointed the tip of the sword forward. He said, "I'm Guan Gu, the leader of the guards of the Lan clan. Don't forget my name on the road to the netherworld. Junior, you must remember, don't find a wife that's too beautiful. That's not a blessing in love, but a disaster." Chu Yang laughed mockingly. A small leader of the guards actually dares to call himself I. Guan Gu was furious. He leaped forward. Chu Yang didn't dare to be negligent. His eyes were cold and fierce. He shook his arms. A clang came from Guan Gu's sword. His sword, which was originally pointed forward, suddenly stood vertically at this moment. The tip of the sword pointed straight at the sky. Courtesy of the sword, everyone behind him exclaimed in unison. Someone exclaimed, "Guan Gu, be careful. This young man is actually a sword sovereign." The muscles on Guan Gu's face twitched. He didn't need anyone to remind him. At this moment, he also knew that he had encountered a hot potato. Sword energy rose from Chu Yang's body. It was as if a heavenly deity with thunderbolts all over his body was standing in front of him. At this moment, his body was like a sword. His eyebrows were like a sword and his eyes were like a sword. His whole person was like a peerless divine sword that was suddenly unsheathed. Beside Lan Ruoyun, that person sighed softly. A sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. This time, he's really in big trouble. Lan Ruoyun raised his eyebrows and said, "So what if he's a sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old? As long as we kill him, who will know about this matter?" He knew what Grand Uncle Han meant. A sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. The force behind him must be very terrifying. It wasn't that an ordinary force could nurture a sword sovereign who's not even 20 years old. Grand Uncle Han sighed. His gaze was solemn. "Since this matter has started, we mustn't leave any future troubles behind. Seventh young master, you really have to change your bad habit of flirting with other women. Otherwise, sooner or later, you'll get into big trouble." Lan Ruoyun nodded and said, "Don't worry, Grand Uncle Han. As long as I get this girl, I'm afraid that I won't have any interest in other ordinary women." Grand Uncle Han looked at Zi, sketching attentively, and nodded in agreement. "This isn't a lie. With this girl's beauty, she's unparalleled in the whole heavens." Lan Ruoyun smiled and said, "After her fiancé dies, how can she, a weak girl, escape from my hands?" This Grand Uncle Han stared at the scene and said in a low voice, "Although this young man is a sword emperor, Guan Gu is already at the peak of the monarch grade. His cultivation has reached the saint grade. His realm is not there yet, but he can be called a half-saint. And this young man obviously hasn't reached the martial monarch level yet. If Guan Gu wants to kill him, it won't take much effort." Lan Ruoyun smiled excitedly. "Then quickly kill him. I can't wait. That little girl is really too tempting." As he said, he actually swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Grand Uncle Han nodded and didn't speak anymore. But that inexplicable feeling of suffocation in his heart still lingered. He was extremely puzzled. Why on earth would I have such a feeling in my heart? Except for me, there's obviously no other powerful expert here. This matter is too strange. On the other side, Zixing's divine sense spread out silently. She said to Chu Yang via voice transmission, Wei Wuyan has already found his teacher, but those people haven't found them yet. Don't worry and fight. Once there's a situation over there, I'll deal with it immediately. Don't worry, with me watching over them, they'll be fine. Chu Yang nodded and said via voice transmission, Then you have to be careful. Zixing revealed a confident smile. I don't want anyone to die. In this world, no one can kill under my watch. Very good. Then I'll kill all these people first. Chu Yang snorted. It was one thing for a woman to be beautiful, and another thing for a man to appreciate a woman's beauty. But this kind of man who wanted to snatch other people's beautiful wives, no matter in his previous life or this life, Chu Yang would kill anyone he saw. After Lan Ruoyun said those words, even if it wasn't for the Tao state and cultivation, Chu Yang would definitely not let Lan Ruoyun off today. Letting such a villain off would really be letting his conscience down. Chu Yang laughed. He straightened his body and unsheathed his sword. At the moment when the sword was unsheathed, except for that person standing beside Lan Ruoyun, the other people's sword sheaths at their waists vibrated violently at the same time and let out a neat sword cry. With a touch of stunning sword light, the sword pierced out like flowing water. Guan Gu's pupils contracted. When Chu Yang's sword pierced over, he clearly felt that there was a sea in front of him. The huge waves of the sea were coming slowly from afar, but with the momentum of wind and thunder. Although it looked gentle, it carried a power that could sweep the world. Zixing's eyes lit up. Chu Yang's soft water sword intent was already infinitely close to great success. His first move already carried the soft water sword intent. Chu Yang's eyes were calm and his face was calm. He silently recited a sentence in his heart. When your fighting spirit is as high as boiling and your vital energy and blood are as calm as ice and snow, then you'll be invincible in the world. Guan Gu's eyes turned cold and his sword went up to meet Chu Yang's attack. Chu Yang's sword was as soft as spring water and looked slow and sluggish, but Guan Gu's sword was as fast as lightning. Both of them drew their swords at the same time, but right in between them, when both of their arms were about to straighten, the two swords clashed. The onlookers weren't mediocre. At this moment, all of them could tell. The two swords that looked fast and slow were actually equally fast. When the two swords clashed, they actually stagnated for a while and strangely didn't make any sound at all. The next moment, with a flash of Chu Yang's black clothes, the soft water sword intent suddenly erupted and turned into raging waves. Chapter 9:19. Countless sword auras were sent out at the same time. Like soft water plants and vines, they danced and twined gently, pouncing on Guan Gu's sword auras. And Chu Yang himself retreated lightly as if he was weightless. He retreated 100 feet. Zixing's eyes lit up. Chu Yang had actually entered the Tao state in such a short period of time. This was the best way to deal with the current situation. The opponent was obviously trying to break Chu Yang's soft water-like sword intent forcefully with his tyrannical strength. Chu Yang retreated now. The sword aura was still there, but the opponent couldn't attack him anymore. But from this point, it could be seen that Chu Yang didn't want to fight for a long time. The opponent had too many people and too many experts. If Chu Yang wanted to kill someone, he had to create an opportunity for the expert beside Lan Ruoyun to not be able to save him in time. Guan Gu's long sword slashed left and right. The audience could actually see the green sword aura drifting in all directions. Grand Uncle Han frowned. My sword technique is too weird. How did Guan Gu fall into a passive state at the first encounter? The situation is a little bad. As he said, he took a small step forward. At this moment, Guan Gu broke free from Chu Yang's sword aura. He suddenly raised his arm and pierced forward. His sword turned into flowing light. The man and the sword became a straight line at this moment, parallel to the ground. At this moment, the long sword pierced the air in front of him and made a boom sound. This sword strike actually produced a sonic boom. Wind-snatching sword. Grand Uncle Han frowned even more. This is Guan Gu's desperate move. He actually used it at the second move. Guan Gu was already a little angry. He came out full of confidence and promised solemnly. But he was forced into a disadvantageous position by the opponent at the first move, and that entangled sword aura made him feel a little suffocated and uncomfortable. Facing the opponent, he even felt a little scared. The opponent is just a 5th stage sword sovereign. How can he make me feel scared? Guan was furious. He directly launched his most powerful move without hesitation. He wanted to kill the opponent in front of him with one move. Chu Yang's retreating momentum had stopped. At this moment, facing the opponent's lightning-like sword, he actually rose into the air as well. He and his sword formed a straight line in the air, parallel to the ground. His sword flashed as he shot through the air. Both Guan and Chu Yang did the same. The spectators couldn't help but cry out in surprise when they saw this. This was clearly a suicidal move. Could it be that this was only the second move, and they were going to perish together, exchanging a life for a life? Based on their current distance and sword momentum, it was already impossible for them to change their moves. There was only one result in such a duel. You stab your sword into my head, and I stab my sword into your head. There would never be a second outcome, Lan Ruiyun also exclaimed. Then, a hint of viciousness appeared in his eyes. It's good that Guan died together with this little guy. Anyway, no matter what, if this little guy dies, I'll just get that woman into my bed. Who cares who dies? The two swords faced each other head-on. Cold light flickered, and both of them had calm gazes. Guan hair fluttered behind him, and his clothes rustled. His whole person was like a javelin flying at high speed. Chu Yang's gaze was cold, and his expression was calm. At this moment, his fighting spirit was boiling, and his killing intent was surging. However, his heart was as still as ice. In the land of Tao, this was the first time that he had reached such a sword state. His whole body was filled with an indescribable cold killing intent. This person must be killed. Not only him, Chu Yang wouldn't let any of these people who were present today off if he could kill them. Young Thug was lecherous, and only lecherous. After all, everyone was lecherous. After seeing a beautiful woman, who wouldn't want to take a few more glances? But the reason why he developed into possession and snatching by force had a lot to do with these evil slaves. If these people didn't add fuel to the fire, how could a young man become a young thug on his own, no matter how evil his nature was? Seeing that Lan Ruiyun didn't hold back in front of these people and directly snatched a woman, Chu Yang knew that these people were already used to such things. He didn't know how many times these bastards had helped Lan Ruiyun. Therefore, Lan Ruiyun didn't hold back in front of them and was unscrupulous. So many loving couples who should have grown old together were ruined in the hands of these bastards. Young thugs should be killed. These accomplices should be killed even more. The killing intent in Chu Yang's heart was even stronger. Seeing that the two swords were about to cross each other and pierce into each other's head, both parties didn't have the intention to change their moves. At this moment, even if they wanted to, it was already too late. Everyone couldn't help but hold their breaths. They stared with their eyes wide open, as if blood would splatter in the next moment. Guan eyes finally revealed a trace of regret and panic. In his opinion, this young man opposite him was just bluffing. After all, not everyone didn't want to live. Besides, this young man had such a peerless beauty beside him. All the more he wouldn't want to die. This battle was nothing more than a competition of courage. Whoever could persist till the end would win. Therefore, he didn't dodge and directly thrust his sword forward. But until the moment of contact, the other party was actually even calmer than him. He was even more unafraid of death than him. This made Guan's mind in a mess. Damn it, you're fucking serious with me. At this moment, Guan shouted in his heart. I'm finished. I'm finished. This time, I'm going to die with you. But I've just used my wind-snatching sword and only used one move. I've lost big time. Others couldn't see the change in Guan's expression. But how could Chu Yang, who was facing her, not see it? Chu Yang's eyes revealed a trace of mockery. A sword tip flashed with cold light and magnified infinitely in front of Chu Yang. Chu Yang, who was in the Tao state, had already accurately captured the trajectory of the other party's sword and the direction of the sword tip. The next moment, ding! A soft sound froze everyone's nerves at this moment. All the spectators, including the supreme martial artist beside Lan Ruoyun, were dumbfounded. They almost couldn't believe their eyes. Just in midair, the scene seemed to have been frozen. Two swords, sword tip against sword tip, actually froze in midair. How big was the sword tip? The sword tip of a sword was definitely comparable to the tip of a needle, even to the extent that this kind of divine sword that had been through hundreds of battles and drank blood, the sword tip was even smaller than the tip of a needle. However, such a smiling existence, in such a rapid battle, under such a terrifying speed, the two swords actually miraculously froze in midair. Not only did the sword tip meet the sword tip, but it also made a sound that clearly passed into everyone's ears. This showed how much strength both parties used in the battle. Guan Gu felt relieved. He only felt sweat drenching his clothes. He immediately decided, I'll never risk my life to fight with this crazy little guy again. He's really too scary. This time, it's really, really pure luck. As long as I fall from midair, I'll immediately use my wind-snatching sword and chop this little guy into minced meat at the fastest speed. Damn it, I'm scared to death. However, the next moment, Guan Gu's relieved eyes suddenly turned into fear, despair, and disbelief, because the sword tip of Chu Yang's sword actually emitted a strange force. Immediately, Guan Gu realized that this sword that had accompanied him for his whole life was suddenly cut apart by the other party's sword, just like a fresh bamboo that was cut apart by the other party's sword. Guan Gu's sword was cut into two pieces with a swoosh. With a swoosh, it reached the sword hilt, and the other party's sword rushed in between the two pieces of sword. The phrase "like a hot knife through butter" was absolutely appropriate here. The long sword cut opened the tip of Guan Gu's sword, the edge of Guan Gu's sword, and the hilt of Guan Gu's sword. It pierced into Guan Gu's arm like a lightning bolt. With a bang, Guan Gu's arm exploded like a piece of bamboo. The next moment, swoosh, a soft sound. Chu Yang's long sword had already pierced into Guan Gu's forehead, through his skull and deep into his brain. At this moment, the sword energy burst out from the sword tip like a raging wave. The sword tip continued to move forward, and a cold light appeared at the back of Guan Gu's head. It was stained with blood, dripping and shining. With a swoosh, Chu Yang sheathed his sword. He somersaulted in midair and kicked Guan Gu's head. Guan Gu's body flew out like a broken sack. His black clothes fluttered as he flew back in midair. Only then did a stream of blood spurt out from Guan Gu's forehead, as if to attack Chu Yang. However, as Chu Yang retreated, the blood could not reach Chu Yang at all. Chu Yang landed on the ground, and the stream of blood that spurted out also landed on the ground. It was 1 foot away from Chu Yang's feet. Guan Gu's body retreated straight back in the air, following the trajectory that he had just flown in. His body was flat, and blood spurted out from his forehead and the back of his head at the same time. It was as if 2 blood fountains had suddenly appeared in the air. Guan Gu had lost all consciousness. At that moment, Chu Yang, while he was still in shock, the sword energy exploded in his mind and instantly collapsed along his meridians, destroying his dantian. All of his life force, all of his consciousness, all of his divine will, were completely and utterly destroyed at that moment. From escaping death to complete death, Guan Gu did not even have time to moan or say a word. Poof! Guan Gu's body flew back and fell on the ground softly. He did not even twitch, and he was already silent. Everyone in the Lan clan was dumbfounded. Looking at Guan Gu's corpse, their minds were blank. There were too many unexpected things. No one had expected that things would turn out like this. Firstly, no one had expected that the two parties would stab each other. Secondly, it was even more unexpected that the sword tips would touch each other. Then, Guan Gu's sword would suddenly split open, and the other party would seize the opportunity to kill him. This was even more unbelievable and ridiculous. However, the appearance of these 3 factors had caused the death of a half-martial saint. Killing a half-martial saint with 2 moves. This black-clothed youth who looked so handsome and confident was actually so ruthless in his actions. After a while, everyone's gaze lifted up from Guan Gu's corpse and looked at Chu Yang. Their gazes had already changed. "Young man, you're quite capable. I also quite like the sword in your hand. Lan Ruoyun smiled. Without even looking at Guangu's corpse, he said directly to Chu Yang, "Your sword, what kind of sword is it? Leave the sword and the woman behind, and you can leave. I won't pursue the matter of you killing my subordinate." Chapter 920. At such a time, he actually started to care about Chu Yang's sword. Chu Yang didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Net, this guy's eyesight is not bad. He can actually tell that my sword is not an ordinary one. Chu Yang said coldly, "My sword is only used to kill people. I will never give it away. If you kill me, the sword is yours, and so is the woman. But if you can't kill me, the sword is not yours, the woman is not yours, and your life is not yours." Lan Ruoyun snorted and shouted, "Who's going to kill him for me?" At the side, Grand Uncle Han said in a low voice, "Fifth Gene, you go?" A burly man came out. He was holding a purple gold saber. He looked at Chu Yang and said, "Little one, you're an evil slave." Chu Yang interrupted. Fifth Jin's face changed instantly. You're an evil slave." Chu Yang raised his sword and said, "Come up and die. I'm not interested in hearing your name." Fifth Jin roared and rushed up with his saber. Chu Yang smiled and went up with his sword. The two of them were entangled together instantly. "Grand Uncle Han, you should be able to take down Fifth Jin, right?" Lan Ruoyun looked at Zi Xiecheng, who was standing quietly in the distance, as if this matter had nothing to do with her. His eyes were already a little red. He was thinking about what he would do after he got her. As he thought of this, he had already set up a tent under his crotch. Fifth Jin is a second-grade martial saint. It's a piece of cake for him to take down this little one. Grand Uncle Han said faintly, "Except for the two Jin brothers and me, the rest of the people here will only die if they go up." That's good, Lan Ruoyun said joyfully. "But, seventh young master, even if this young man dies in our hands, this matter must not be spread out. Once it's leaked out, it'll definitely be a huge disaster." Grand Uncle Han warned worriedly, to be able to cultivate such a person, he must be a reclusive high-level supreme martial artist. If the other party comes to find us, then even the Lan clan will be in chaos. Even we can't protect you. Lan Ruoyun said disapprovingly, "No matter how powerful he is, can he be stronger than a heaven-layer great clan?" Grand Uncle Han sighed and didn't say anything. He thought, "You are so ignorant. In this layer of heaven, there are many people that the big clans are afraid of. Let's take the most obvious example. Ning Tianya, Bu Luqing, Yu Lingxue, Feng Yuro. Any big clan that offended any one of these four would face a devastating disaster." In the arena, the battle between the two was getting more and more intense. Net, at the side of the arena, Zi Xiecheng's two small hands were hidden in her sleeves as she made mysterious gestures. Waves of Tao state aura, which were hard to see with the naked eye, flowed into her palms from the battlefield like rivers flowing into the sea. Now, her control was more delicate and cautious than when she was in the Black Blood Forest. All the Tao state energy was controlled by her invisibly, and not a single bit leaked out. In this way, only Zi Xiecheng and Chu Yang himself knew that Chu Yang had entered the Tao state. Others couldn't detect it at all. Even this first-grade supreme martial artist, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyun, couldn't detect the real background of this young sword emperor in front of him. Thus, he kept making wrong decisions, which allowed Chu Yang to achieve the greatest training effect. Chu Yang was already in a tough battle. This fifth Jin was a true second-grade martial saint expert. Once the battle started, Chu Yang felt the pressure as if a mountain was pressing down on him. The other party's purple gold saber was like a wild dragon that overturned rivers and seas. It was powerful and heavy, and every slash carried with it the sound of wind and thunder. Moreover, although the other party was tall and burly, his body movements were extremely agile. His body moved with the saber, and he became one with the saber. Purely based on the degree of proficiency, among all the people that Chu Yang had met, only Dong Wushang could be compared with this person in terms of proficiency in saber techniques. But in terms of combat power, Dong Wushang was far behind fifth Jin. Once the battle started, Chu Yang was in a disadvantageous position. But as his spirit entered the Tao state in the next moment, it became more daunting than dangerous. In the Tao state, the other party's saber attacks were all traceable and could be seen clearly. Although Chu Yang was still in a disadvantageous position, his life was definitely not in danger. He concentrated on using the soft water sword intent and fought steadily and surely. While the soft water sword intent that borrowed strength to fight strength was protecting himself, it was also slowly, thread by thread, causing the opponent to be entangled with a force. The battle was in a stalemate. Chu Yang's comprehension was also getting deeper and deeper. He even comprehended the saber state at one point in time from the other party's saber light. Although the pressure that Fifth Gene gave him was great, compared to Zi Sheqing, it was like heaven and earth. Chu Yang had been fighting with Zi Sheqing every day these few days, and he was already used to fighting under such great pressure. At this moment, although he was in a disadvantageous position, he was actually able to cope with it with ease. Although the battle with Zi Sheqing was intense and stressful, Chu Yang himself knew that his life was not in danger, so he didn't have any scruples. But the thing that could really push people to improve was always fear. Only when extreme fear was used as pressure could one make the most terrifying outburst. This kind of fear included the fear of death and the fear of loss. So, to Chu Yang, this moment of life and death crisis was the real experience, the experience of life and death, and the so-called martial world experience and battle experience that could be engraved in one's bones could only be formed in such a battle of life and death. Chu Yang's sword was like soft water, rippling gently, while Fifth Jin's saber was like a huge mountain, smashing into the sea fiercely. Although the sea was passively bearing it, and the mountain could cause huge waves when it smashed into the sea, it would still be calm after that. But the mountain would sink to the bottom of the sea and wouldn't be of any use here. Under such circumstances, the battle between the two of them continued in a cycle. Chu Yang kept changing his body movements, from the fleeting snow cloud steps of Beyond the Heavens sect to the spectral steps of the first-generation sword master of the Calamity Sword, and then to the ghost steps, heavenly star steps, 7 steps to heaven that the sword spirit had taught him. He had already switched between 30 to 40 different types of footwork. Sometimes it was gentle, sometimes it was ethereal, sometimes it was strange, sometimes it was illusory. In short, although Fifth Gene had the upper hand in all aspects, the feeling of having nowhere to exert his strength made him, the person who had the upper hand, feel extremely aggrieved. Because from the start of the battle until now, the weapons of both parties had only clashed dozens of times, and from then on, they had never clashed again. What kind of feeling was this? Every strike of the saber struck the void with great force. Time passed bit by bit. Grand Uncle Han, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyun, slowly felt that something was wrong. This was because Chu Yang's sword momentum had changed. The originally calm sea was now slightly surging with waves. It was as if there was a wind blowing across the sea surface, and the waves were sparkling. Grand Uncle Han suddenly realized that the battle situation was quietly changing. Fifth Jin's original attack had now become 80%. The opponent had started to counterattack. Just when Grand Uncle Han realized this, Chu Yang's sword momentum changed again. Waves started to appear on the sparkling sea, like a layer of silver waves rolling over from the sky. Fifth Jin's saber was already a little sluggish. Chu Yang had already changed from 10% attack to 30% attack. Grand Uncle Han's fingers touched his beard lightly, and he looked worried. Did the opponent do this deliberately? Or was he at the end of his rope? Just when he was hesitating, Chu Yang's sword momentum changed again. The sword moves were like waves rolling up, and the speed became faster and faster, surging forward one after another. Fifth Gene was forced to withdraw his saber. He first defended, then attacked. 55. The situation was actually equalized by Chu Yang in an instant. This miraculous reversal left all the spectators dumbfounded. Excluding Grand Uncle Han, Fifth Jin's strength was second only to his big brother, Fourth Gene, and he was definitely ranked second. Second stage martial saint. In the martial world, he was already close to a legendary existence. But at this moment, after fighting with a young man for 2 hours, he was actually able to attack and defend with the opponent? This was simply unbelievable. Where did such a monstrous young man come from? But at this moment, When everyone saw that it was a 50-50 situation, the situation on the battlefield suddenly changed drastically. Chu Yang let out a long roar. His long sword shook violently, and he shouted, "Heavenly thunder! Transform into my wild waves." The sword light suddenly spread out with a buzzing sound. The waves in the sea suddenly surged up to the sky, and the wind and clouds surged. The water was so strong that it seemed to be connected with the sky. Streaks of sword light shone in such waves, as if they were connected with the heaven and the earth. It was as if the thunderbolts in the sky had descended from the sky at this moment, cheering for the wind and waves. The huge wind and waves completely drowned Fifth Gene. Just a moment ago, the two sides were still 55. But at this moment, Fifth Gene didn't even have half a chance to attack, and was only left with pure defense. Yes, defense. Because even if he defended, he might not be able to defend. The soft water sword and tint that Chu Yang had set up from the start was densely packed layer by layer. Although Fifth Gene had cut them all off, they didn't disappear. At this moment, with the guidance of Chu Yang's sword momentum, the soft water sword and tint that had been scattered for 100 years were all gathered together again. A simple sword and tint couldn't affect Fifth Jin's saber technique. But the soft water sword and tint that Chu Yang had set up from the start had accumulated more than 10 million sword and tints. Now that they were all gathered together, their power was already terrifying. Hundreds of rivers converged into the sea, forming a huge pulling force. Fifth Jin's saber started to deviate from its direction. No matter how hard he tried, even if his face turned red, the saber that was supposed to be facing the front would always deviate a little. In a battle between experts, a slight difference could lead to a huge difference. Fifth Gene had no power to turn the situation around. He could only hold on bitterly. With a few swishing sounds, blood spurted out from Fifth Jin's body. He roared loudly and waved his saber with all his might. "Fourth Gene, save your brother." Granduncle Han wanted to do it himself, but he respected his status and ordered Fourth Gene to do it. But it was too late. Thank you to Long Yinue for the 400,000 Piao Hong today. Congratulations to Alliance Master Long for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. Thank you to Roaming Dragon 99999, Alliance Master Piao Hong for the tip. Thank you for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. I've always seen you vote, but never enter the group. Thank you to Roaming Dragon 99999, Alliance Master for the continuous support from Evil Monarch to Grand Alliance Master. Thank you. Thank you to Slight Clear Sorrow, Alliance Master Piao Hong for the tip. Thank you for becoming the Grand Alliance Master. Thank you to Red Dust Trouble, Alliance Master Piao Hong. I've received Piao Hong many times this month. Thank you for your support. Thank you to Bookmaniac 6, Shui Ling Long, Who Will the Windflower Fall, Battle-Breaking Azure Dragon Bear. There are too many people to list them all. I'll organize them into a book of thanks. Thank you all. Chapter 921. If Grand Uncle Han took action personally without hesitation, he could still save Fifth Jin's life. But he ordered Fourth Gene to take action. It would take time for Dao Jin to hear the order and execute it. If it was a normal battle, this little bit of time wouldn't affect the overall situation at all. But under Chu Yang's sword, this little bit of time was enough to kill. Because the sword light had already converged into a raging sea. The entire sea had been netted, and Fifth Gene was struggling at death's door in this sea of sword light and raging sword energy. Just when Fourth Gene jumped out with a roar, he also heard the last scream of his younger brother. I'm not resigned to this." Chu Yang's sword was like the wind, flicking away the purple gold saber. The tip of the sword flashed, and one of Fifth Jin's eyeballs flew out. With another flash, black water flowed out from the other eye. Then, Chu Yang guided the sword, and all the sword energy instantly gathered together and slashed down violently. Then, the waves of sword light could be seen as blood continuously flew up. Pieces of flesh and blood flew up into the air, and pieces of bone splashed out. Chu Yang kept his sword and retreated. He was panting, and his face was already pale. But although he had already retreated, the raging sword light waves didn't disappear. Instead, They were still slashing fiercely. Fourth Gene rushed in with a roar and slashed the sword energy crazily. When he rushed in, he couldn't help but let out a loud scream, "Brother!" The raging sword light waves dispersed, and Fourth Gene was seen standing there, holding his brother and roaring towards the sky. He roared towards the sky. Above the heads of the two brothers, countless pieces of flesh and blood fell like a rain of blood, drifting down. It fell on their bodies and faces. Fourth Gene howled towards the sky. His voice was shrill, and tears rolled down his cheeks. Then, he carried his brother's corpse with one hand and strode towards Chu Yang, roaring angrily, little, you killed my brother. You actually dared to kill my brother. You actually dared to. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you apart." It was only when he walked and swung his arm that everyone noticed Fifth Jin's appearance. They couldn't help but gasp. Fifth Jin, who was in his hand, didn't have any flesh on his body. Even his internal organs had been dug out. He carried his brother's corpse as he walked, and his right hand was actually holding the skeleton's spine. All that was left of his body were white bones. There wasn't even a trace of blood on his body. His entire body was like a skeleton that had been buried in the ground for hundreds of years. There was not a single bit of flesh left. It was clean. Chu Yang's face was pale. He said coldly, "So what if I killed your brother? If you want to die, I will fulfill your wish." Fourth Gene looked up to the sky and roared, his eyes completely red. "Come here, little bastard. Let me kill you." At this moment, a soft voice said, "Chu Yang, you can't fight anymore." If he continued to fight, his body would be damaged. "Leave these people to me." Chu Yang turned around and smiled. He said, "Okay." The one who spoke was Zixieqing. Chu Yang had fought 2 battles in a row, and his physical strength had long been overdrawn. How could he continue fighting at this moment? Zixieqing knew about this. Chu Yang knew about it, and even the remaining 10 people on the other side knew about it. It could also be seen that this young man's sword emperor was already at the end of his tether. Zixieqing's white dress fluttered, and she stood in front of Chu Yang in a flash. She blocked Chu Yang. Chu Yang smiled and turned around without any worry. He strode towards Chu Lu's position and sat down, panting heavily. Chu Lu massaged his shoulders and his chest, feeling sorry for him. "Big brother, I feel that something is not right." Chu Lu said carefully, "This Sister Z is obviously very powerful, but you have to stand in front of her and be her shield for everything. This makes me feel very uncomfortable." Chu Yang smiled and pinched her little nose. "Little girl, you can also tell this?" After a pause, he said, "Don't you know that he wants me to enter the Tao state during the battle to collect the power of the Tao state?" "No." Chu Lu shook her head and shook Chu Yang's hand off her little nose. "I don't think it's so simple." "Of course it's not so simple." Chu Yang smiled and said, "But overall, this matter is beneficial to me. Because under her supervision, I want to achieve my own goals and achieve my life's goal. So now, her background is a little unclear, and she is indeed using me as her shield. But there's one thing that you haven't thought about. With her strength, she doesn't need any shield at all." Chu Lu thought and immediately understood. Actually, this matter was just a roundabout problem. You only saw what was in front of you, and seemed to only see Chu Yang fighting for others. No matter what, he would stand up for others. So you felt that it was unfair. But thinking about it, with Zixieqing's strength, did she need anyone to stand up for her? Did she need any protectors? That was not necessary at all. Not to mention a few playboys and perverts. Even if a peak supreme martial artist came, what could he do? With the current Zixieqing, even if Ning Tianya and Bu Luqing wanted to stand up for her, she probably wouldn't care. Like what Chu Yang said, now that Chu Yang stood up for her, it wasn't that she was using Chu Yang, but that Chu Yang was actually using her. He would make use of these fierce battles to improve his own cultivation. He would use these battles to solidify his soul, using these endless battles to push his cultivation up step by step to get closer to his goal. Because Chu Yang's goal was to consolidate the heavens without using the Calamity Sword, to protect his brothers. Such a goal, if there wasn't a strong pressure urging him from behind, and just relying on Chu Yang's own hard work, he might not be able to achieve it even in 10,000 years. But with Zixieqing, it was very different. Because Zixieqing would always spur him to find different opponents for him to fight, and then improve during the battles. Even if there were no enemies, Zixieqing still wanted to fight with him. This imperceptibly increased Chu Yang's cultivation by 100 times compared to his original cultivation. And the most impressive thing was, once he met an enemy that he couldn't fight against, Zixieqing would definitely not watch him die. Because once he died, she wouldn't be able to find a second person like him who could continuously provide her with the power of the Tao state. So this was equivalent to a super bodyguard. Chu Yang felt a little strange. Unlimited benefits were in front of him, but why did this little girl only see him being used by others? At this moment, looking at the slim and graceful Zixieqing in front of him, Fourth Jin was already stunned. Not only was he stunned, even Lan Ruoyun and the rest were stunned. This delicate beauty actually went to fight? With such small arms and legs, she would fall down with a breath. What kind of battle power could she have? Only Grand Uncle Han, who was standing beside Lan Ruoyun, had a doubtful and serious look on his face at this moment. How did this girl appear in front of that young man? Why didn't I see it clearly? She obviously didn't blink just now. Could it be that this delicate and timid girl is actually a peerless expert? Grand Uncle Han frowned and pondered in his heart. But he didn't notice that Lan Ruoyun, who was beside him, had already approached Zixieqing lecherously the moment he saw her coming out. This Grand Uncle Han originally wanted to stop him, but he suddenly thought, if she's really a peerless expert, why didn't she flare up when she was teased by the seventh young master just now? So, he gave up the thought of stopping him. Ha ha ha. Beauty, you're not joking, right? Lan Ruoyun swaggered over with an obscene smile all over his face. He said with a salivating face, why don't you fight with me? Let them all go, and we can fight alone? I'll fight with you however you want. Do you want to fight on the bed? Or fight here? Or fight in the water? If there's really no other way, fight on the tree? Ha ha ha. How about it? Zixieqing's eyes were cold. Suddenly, she looked at Lan Ruoyun without any expression. Suddenly, she smiled slightly and said, just you? Even your ancestors from 10,000 years ago didn't dare to talk to me like this. Your Lan clan is really bold. Suddenly, she stretched out her hand. Just as her fair hand appeared in the air, it was as if an orchid in an empty valley had suddenly bloomed, giving off a strong fragrance. Looking at this small hand, Lan Ruoyun was instantly distracted. He smiled obscenely and said, your small hand is so white, I wonder if it's soft. He stretched out his hand, wanting to touch it. Right at this moment, a strange woo sound suddenly rang out in the air. Lan Ruoyun, who had just stretched out his hand, was a full 20 feet away from Zixieqing, but he seemed to be sucked over and flew over without his feet touching the ground. Zixieqing's small hand, which was as soft as water and as tender as spring onions, seemed to have become a deadly sharp claw at this moment. It clasped onto Lan Ruoyun's head like an iron clamp. Kneel down. Zixieqing's face was cold and indifferent as she said softly. With a slight force, Lan Ruoyun couldn't help but kneel down stiffly, just like a rotten wooden stake. This unforeseen event gave everyone a huge shock. Grand Uncle Han flew over. Looking at Zixieqing's eyes, he was actually a little shocked. He said, Miss, my young master is young and insensible. He has offended you. Please spare him this time on account of the Lan clan. After a pause, he continued, as long as you're willing to let go, we'll leave immediately. We won't dare to pester you anymore. Once an expert made a move, it would be obvious whether he was skilled or not. Zixieqing just stretched out her hand and sucked Lan Ruoyun, who was 20 feet away, into her hand. Grand Uncle Han instantly knew that the power of this woman was probably not below his own. He couldn't help but feel bitter in his heart. His intuition was indeed right. He had indeed gotten himself into big trouble. Just by looking at the way she grabbed him, he knew that this matter was difficult to handle. Their only hope was to see if the name of the Lan clan was enough to intimidate the other party. Seventh young master was under her control. As long as she wanted to kill him, she could do so easily. He definitely wouldn't be able to save him in time. Besides, even if it was a head-on battle, He also had no confidence in facing this woman. Lan Ruiyun, who was kneeling stiffly under Zi Xueqing's control, was even more in disbelief. His face was full of shock and disbelief. Even in his dreams, he didn't expect that this peerless beauty, whom he had been thinking of bringing home to ravage, would actually turn into such a terrifying demon. This was really... What exactly was going on? Lan Ruiyun wanted to cry. Zi Xueqing smiled. Lan clan? Grand Uncle Han nodded. Yes. Zi Xueqing smiled gently. Lan clan. You're actually using the Lan clan to suppress me. Ha ha ha, but what is the Lan clan? Today's update. My monthly votes are now 6,126. I've released the update of 6,170 in advance. Looks like I won't be able to release 10 chapters. I'm also relieved. I'm really exhausted. Chapter 922. Book 7. What crime should be meted out? First update. Grand Uncle Han's expression changed drastically. He looked at Zi Xueqing with hostility and wariness. Marceline Yang. What was the Lan clan? This sentence was taboo in the heavens. Very few people dared to say this. Even the experts from the other big clans didn't dare to say this. This sentence had almost never appeared in this continent. But it finally appeared today. These words came out of the mouth of a beautiful woman with boundless contempt and disdain. Lan Ruiyun's face turned ashen after hearing this sentence. Since this woman didn't put the Lan clan in her eyes, wouldn't it mean that he would definitely die if he fell into her hands today? Grand Uncle Han said with difficulty, Who exactly are you? Do you have any connections with the Lan clan? Zi Xueqing shook her head lightly. No. Grand Uncle Han forced a smile. We're all people of the pugilistic world. We see each other all the time. As the saying goes, it's impossible for two mountains to meet again, but two people will eventually meet. With your cultivation, you should have boundless magnanimity. Why do you mind such a small misunderstanding from the younger generation? Just raise your hand and this matter will be over. The Lan clan will be forever grateful. Isn't it better to be friends than enemies? Zi Xueqing laughed. If I didn't have such cultivation today, would this misunderstanding still be a misunderstanding? Grand Uncle Han was speechless. If you didn't have such cultivation, you would have already been taken to bed by the seventh young master and played with as you like. What misunderstanding would there still be? But of course, this sentence couldn't be said out loud. At this point, there was really no need to continue. Grand Uncle Han took a deep breath. His eyes turned cold and he said, Since this is the case, please let go of the seventh young master and have a fair fight with me. According to the rules of the pugilistic world, the winner is the king. We can do whatever we want. How about that? He puffed up his chest and a surge of battle intent gushed out like a tide. But he felt helpless in his heart. The opponent's cultivation was unfathomable. He could only use such means to let the seventh young master out of danger first, but he himself would be in danger. He didn't even know if the opponent would agree. Net 724 * continuous updates pure TXT novel. Zi Xueqing chuckled. You want him to escape first? Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly shouted, How dare you? As she spoke, Fourth Jean had already circled behind her. The distance between them wasn't very far, and he suddenly launched an attack. The purple gold saber, which was exactly the same as his brother's, emitted a dazzling saber radiance that was more than 20 feet long and shot towards Zi Xueqing. This strike fully displayed Fourth Jin's saint-level power. Even Fourth Jin, who unleashed this strike, thought in his heart, this strike was truly the best strike that he could unleash under such immense pressure. Be it in terms of realm, power, saber style, or saber force, they were all natural and invulnerable. When this saber was slashed out, Fourth Jin could even faintly hear the call of the great Tao, the sound of wind and thunder. His younger brother had died tragically right before his eyes, and he wanted to avenge his younger brother, yet he was obstructed by this unpredictable enemy. Boundless grief, indignation, and anger transformed into combat strength, battle intent, and a saber strike. This saber strike actually seemed to break through the bottleneck of Fourth Jin's saber skills. Fourth Jin was very confident that he could unleash this saber strike that was full of saint-level comprehension. This was an opportunity. As long as he had this saber strike and focused on cultivation, he would be able to advance by another level in less than a year. This was the true saber skill of a saber saint. The saber radiance left the body and turned into a dragon. A saber strike piercing through the heavens. This was the power of a heavenly saint. Life and death grip. When this saber strike was unleashed, the enemy's life and death would definitely be in his hands. Although it was a pity to kill such a great beauty, but the arrow was already on the bow, and he had no choice but to release it. Grand Uncle Han was overjoyed. Fourth Jin's saber strike was powerful, ingenious, and just right. Even a supreme martial artist couldn't be indifferent to this saber strike, but as long as the other party reacted, he would be able to snatch the seventh young master back from her hands immediately. However, what happened next made the illusion in Grand Uncle Han's heart burst like a bubble, and his entire body turned cold. Zi Xueqing's face was cold. She didn't turn back, but her snow-white left hand suddenly grabbed backward. Net. Her hand gesture even seemed very gentle. The whole sky seemed to darken suddenly. The earth and the sky also seemed to tremble at this moment. The delicate palm and the saber radiance collided. The palm was white and petite, like a blooming orchid. The saber was like lightning, powerful and domineering. The saber radiance was golden and exuded an insufferably murderous aura, with the comprehension of the martial saint level. One was fast and one was slow. One was big and one was small. One was like the collapse of the heavens, while the other was like the gentle ripples of spring water. But Fifth Jin's saber strike, which was far more powerful than lightning and thunder, was actually grabbed by her fair and tender palm. She grabbed that brilliant saber radiance with one hand. That formless saber gleam was actually grabbed by her, as if she was grabbing a snake, holding it in midair. The saber radiance was 20 feet long, and what she grabbed was close to 1/3 of the top. This was the place where the force was the most powerful, and it was actually held in midair by her in such an unimaginable way. Fourth Jin, who was 1.5 feet away, maintained the posture of holding the saber with both hands. He stood there, unable to move. What she grabbed was the saber radiance, not the actual body of his saber. But his saber seemed to have met with an invisible and powerful obstruction in the air. He couldn't slash downwards, nor could he retract his saber. It was frozen in midair. At this moment, Zi Xueqing still didn't turn around. She didn't even turn her shoulders. Her right hand was still clasped on Lan Ruoyun's skull, and her eyes were still looking straight ahead, looking at Grand Uncle Han indifferently. But her left hand had already completely shattered, grabbed and controlled the Saber Saint's saber. Fourth Jin almost couldn't believe what he was seeing with his eyes. The saber that was as powerful as lightning was actually grabbed like this? But then, he felt that something was wrong. With a loud roar, his elemental force gushed out like a tidal wave. He was about to abandon the saber and retreat by himself to escape. But he suddenly realized that the essential chi gushing out from his energy center and into his saber body disappeared without a trace. There was no reaction at all. He wanted to throw the saber away, but at this moment, there was an invisible suction force on the saber, which stuck his palm firmly onto it. He actually couldn't throw it away. Not only couldn't he throw it away, but his body also couldn't move as his elemental force gushed out. Fourth Jin was horrified. The other party. This woman, what exactly is her cultivation? She can actually control me like this? Just as he was thinking, the 5 fingers on Zi Xueqing's left hand started to move. Her little finger flicked out, and that golden saber light shook violently. Fourth Jin screamed and felt as if his chest was hit heavily by a big hammer. There was a sharp pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Her ring finger flicked out again, and the golden saber light vibrated. Fourth Jin's palm finally left the handle of the saber. Because at this moment, an unparalleled force suddenly came from the saber body. Both his hands let go of the saber handle instantly as if they had been electrocuted. The saber that no one was using still maintained the posture of slashing down violently and stayed in the air. But Fourth Jin's body had already rushed forward in a stumbling manner. He actually seemed to be moving on his own. He took 7 to 8 steps, turned half a circle, and circled to the front of Zi Xueqing's body before stopping. His face was already full of fear. His eyes were filled with despair, and his body was trembling rapidly. Zi Xueqing said lightly, "Kneel down." Fourth Jin's knees went soft, and he knelt down stiffly with a thud. At this moment, Zi Xueqing gently closed her left hand and clenched it. With a snap, the golden saber light was crushed by her in the air and disappeared without a trace. The purple-gold saber that also stayed in the air was also crushed at the same time, turning into golden powder and falling down. Zi Xueqing slowly retracted her palm. She looked up at Grand Uncle Han and asked lightly, "What did you say just now? I didn't hear it clearly." Grand Uncle Han stood there like a zombie. He stared dumbfoundedly at what happened in an instant just now. He only felt that his whole body was ice-cold. A gush of hot blood almost rushed to his head, and he almost fainted from the rush. At this moment, Grand Uncle Han felt a chill run down his spine, and all the way to his buttocks. This kind of cultivation, this kind of immortal-like means, it was impossible for him to do it. Not only could he not do it, among all the people he knew, there seemed to be no one who could do it. And just now, he actually asked this woman to have a one-on-one fight? A fair fight? The rules of the martial world? Have I gone crazy? At this moment, when he heard Zi Xueqing's question, he felt relieved and hurriedly said, "Nothing, I didn't say anything." He thought to himself, "You didn't hear it clearly? That's great." Zi Xueqing smiled faintly, like the blooming of spring flowers. But at this moment, those who saw this beautiful smile no longer had any lewd thoughts in their hearts. They even forcefully turned their eyes to the side, not daring to look at her. Zi Xueqing looked around and looked at the remaining 7 dumbfounded people. She ordered lightly, "The 7 of you, come over. Stand in a row 30 feet in front of me. Hurry up, don't dawdle." The 7 of them were already scared out of their wits. How would they dare to disobey her now? One by one, they stood obediently behind Fourth Jin, who was kneeling on the ground. The 7 experts were really more obedient than primary school students at this moment. Zi Xueqing looked at them and smiled calmly. "I'm not a law enforcement officer of the heavens. Do you know that?" Everyone nodded. Zi Xueqing said lightly, "Although I'm not a law enforcement officer, I also like to judge. Especially, I like to judge villains. Do you understand?" Everyone nodded again. Zi Xueqing pointed at Fourth Jin, who was kneeling on the ground, and said lightly, "This person actually sneaked an attack on me. Haha, in your opinion, what should he be punished for?" Everyone was dumbfounded and didn't dare to say anything. Grand Uncle Han stood at one side. His heart felt like it was being fried in oil. Endless feelings of humiliation surged into his heart. Today is Sister Zimo Xian's birthday. I wish her a happy birthday. Every year, there will be a day like this. Qixi's birthday, TSK. What a coincidence. I have to say that this birthday is really chosen. According to the ancient legends, those who were born on Qixi were all naturally affectionate and infatuated. I wonder which handsome guy will be able to gain the favor and infatuation of this little sister. Haha. Everyone, you can leave your blessings in the book review and comment section. Maybe Sister Zimo Xian will be excited and touched. Thank you to Long Inua of the Alliance for his 4 blessings in the morning. Thank you to Tears of Bayan for his blessings. Thank you to Red Dust Stalp for his blessings. Thank you to become the leader of the World Pride sect. Thank you everyone for your support. I will continue to explode today. I will celebrate Qixi with my explosiveness. Please vote. Chapter 9:23. Translator. Endless Fantasy Translation Editor. Endless Fantasy Translation, Second Update. Grand Uncle Han was full of bitterness and helplessness. Marshalling Yang, the other party, was judging his own people in front of him, and even wanted his subordinates to take the initiative to judge, point out the crimes and pronounce the charges. This was already the ultimate insult, and it was very obvious that this was done deliberately with the nature of endless humiliation, but he had no other choice. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. Facing such a terrifying cultivation, he had no way to resist at all. Even if it was a humiliation, he could only accept it. Everyone looked at each other. What crime should he be charged with? How should this be explained? Zixieqing's face turned cold and she said slowly, "What I hate the most in my life is those who use their power to bully women. Today, I shall give a warning to this heavens." She said with a cold face, "This person is called Fourth Gene. He usually commits all kinds of evil, indulges young ruffians, bullies women, men and women. His crimes are monstrous. I announce that he will be sentenced to death." Fourth Gene, who was kneeling on the ground, raised his head desperately and said hoarsely, What right do you have to convict me like this? You are also not a law enforcement officer." He was grabbed by Zixieqing and was controlled like a puppet. He knelt on the ground and couldn't move at all. It was as if 10 mountains were pressing on his body at the same time. He couldn't even move a finger. Now that he heard that he was convicted, he instantly struggled desperately and actually raised his head. He knew that Zixieqing wanted to use him as an example. Once the evidence was conclusive, he would really be sentenced to death. At the critical moment of life and death, how could he not struggle to survive? "You are neither a law enforcement officer nor the ruler of the heavens, nor the clan master of the Lan clan. You can kill me, but why do you have to convict me before I die? You said that I commit all kinds of evil. What proof do you have?" Fourth Gene roared fiercely. Zixieqing looked at him majestically. "I am neither a law enforcement officer nor the ruler of the heavens, nor the clan master of the Lan clan. You are right about all these. But the only thing you don't know is, when you are not as good as me, I am the ruler in front of you. Everything about you, including your life, is decided by me. As for putting a crime on you before killing you, that's because I'm willing to do so. As for the proof that you have committed all kinds of evil deeds." "Haha." Zixieqing laughed. "I have already convicted you. Even if I didn't, I still have proof. My words are proof. You have no regard for human life. Fourth Gene roared. "Webb, I don't know how many people you've killed for your master all these years. I don't care if you've killed 1,000 or 10,000 people. It has nothing to do with me. But your master is a pervert. You can't break up a loving couple." Zixieqing said coldly, "When you go down to the netherworld, you must remember that although I'm not the ruler of this heavens, in this heavens, I am. It is the heavens." Fourth Gene groaned. "This is hegemony. This is tyranny. You're being unreasonable. You're being unreasonable." Zixieqing sneered. "Reason? When have you ever seen us women being reasonable?" Fourth Gene was speechless. The onlookers were also stunned. These words were truly too valiant. Even Chu Yang, who was far away, suddenly had goosebumps. All sorts of feelings welled up in his heart. "Oh my God, I finally heard a woman speaking the truth today." Everyone was speechless. Zixieqing said, "The few of you, start to expose Fourth Gene's crimes now. I'll deal with whoever says the most complete." Everyone looked at each other. That Grand Uncle Han couldn't help but say, "Your Excellency, although Fourth Gene has offended you, isn't your way of doing things a little too much? We're all comrades in the martial world. It's no big deal to kill someone. Why do you have to humiliate us like this?" Seeing that he finally opened his mouth to plead for leniency, everyone's face was filled with excitement and hope. They all looked at him, their eyes full of pleading and trust. Zixieqing turned to look at him and revealed a strange smile. She said slowly, "You think that with your cultivation of first-grade supreme martial artist, you can always escape from me even if you can't defeat me. That's why you're fearless, right? You think that as a first-grade supreme martial artist, no matter where you speak, no matter who you're facing, I'll have to give you some face, right? You think that I'm a woman, and women are always soft-hearted. You only need to plead with good words, move with emotions and reason, and I'll give you a way out, right?" Grand Uncle Han was stunned. Martial Yin Yang's newest chapter, these words had truly struck a chord in his heart. He really thought so. Perhaps the 7th young master and the rest would definitely die today. But with his supreme martial artist divine senses, he would definitely be able to protect himself. The reason why he still stayed here now was that he wanted to try his best to bring a few more people back. Of course, it would be even more perfect if he could save the seventh young master from this woman's underling. No matter how strong this person was, she was still a woman, and women were always soft-hearted. She might not really kill him. As long as he persuaded her with good words and a sincere attitude, there might still be hope. Moreover, he still had another fluke thought in his heart. If he really managed to save the seventh young master, then he could start to build a relationship with her from now on. Who knows, she might become a strong helper for the clan. How many people had once become friends after being enemies? This kind of thing was not uncommon. If he were to plead as a supreme martial artist, if this woman was more sensible, she would give him a way out. Just as he was thinking, he did not expect the other party to say out all the thoughts in his heart. He could not help but blush. He smiled and said, "Even if I really think so, it seems to be understandable. Haha, Miss is a refined person. Please be magnanimous and let them off. I can guarantee that after my master goes back, he will definitely turn over a new leaf and become a new man." Be magnanimous? Let them off? Zi Sheqing frowned and murmured, "Yes, miss, please be magnanimous and let them off this time." Grand Uncle Han saw that there seemed to be hope and could not help but become more energetic. Zi Sheqing frowned and looked at him, as if she was thinking about the feasibility. Grand Uncle Han was delighted. "Okay," Zi Sheqing said, "then I'll be magnanimous this time." "Thank you." Grand Uncle Han laughed happily. Zi Sheqing suddenly raised her hand and slapped hard on Grand Uncle Han's smiling face. She frowned and said, "Who allowed you to smile?" This slap was really crisp and clear, and it resounded through the whole place. This slap really came out of nowhere and was even more unreasonable. Everyone was stunned. Just now, everything was still fine, as if there was a lot of room for negotiation. But in the blink of an eye, Grand Uncle Han received such a loud slap. Everyone felt as if they had seen thunder, and they were all dizzy from the thunder. This also works? Grand Uncle Han's face quickly turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and then slowly swelled up. He looked at Zi Sheqing in disbelief. His lips trembled, and his eyes were filled with grief and indignation, as well as disbelief. His fingers trembled. You. He really did not expect this. Even in his dreams, he did not expect this kind of thing to happen. This matter happened so suddenly that even a first-grade supreme martial artist like him couldn't dodge in time. Zi Sheqing frowned. The next moment, slap! Another loud slap landed on Grand Uncle Han's face. Zi Sheqing frowned and said, "What are you pointing at with your finger? Who allowed you to point?" This slap was still crisp and loud, and it was in the opposite direction. Grand Uncle Han still did not avoid it. As the saying goes, a slap in the opposite direction, a slap on the left side, a slap on the right side. The others were truly struck by heavenly lightning. At this moment, they were all like ducks that were scared silly. Everyone's face was filled with fear, despair, and even confusion. Oh my God, what's going on? Who in this generation had seen a supreme martial artist being slapped? And it was a slap in the opposite direction, back and forth. This first-grade supreme martial artist's face turned to the left with a slap, and then with another slap, it was slapped right again. This was really a fucking eye-opener. To be able to see a supreme martial artist being slapped, damn it, even if they were to die today, it would be worth it. Their trip to this world was not in vain. Both sides of Grand Uncle Han's face suddenly turned into a monkey's buttocks and pig's cheeks, red and swollen, almost transparent. The next moment, Grand Uncle Han directly went mad with anger. As a supreme martial artist, in his more than 2,000 years of life, when had he ever suffered such humiliation? When had he ever been slapped? Even when he was learning martial arts, his teacher had never slapped him like this. Under the fury, Grand Uncle Han's rationality instantly collapsed. With a bang, the hair on his head directly stood up. He gritted his teeth and scolded, "Bitch, how dare you hit me?" Zi Sheqing looked at him strangely. "How dare you? Haven't I already slapped you? Don't you feel it? Huh, how dare you scold me?" Grand Uncle Han gritted his teeth as if he wanted to eat someone. He looked at her fiercely, his anger soaring to the sky. How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me? How dare you hit me again? Do you dare to hit me again? As he spoke, he approached her step by step. He looked ferocious and arrogant. He straightened his face and twisted his neck. His gaze was ferocious and indignant. Seeing that this guy actually approached her with his old face again, Zixueqing did not hesitate at all this time and raised her hand. Slap, slap, slap. More than a dozen slaps were thrown in a row, crisp and clear. As she slapped him, she said, "This trip out of the black blood forest has really opened my eyes. There's actually such a bitch in this world. After being slapped, you actually want me to slap you again. Since you're so eager, I'll just slap you to my heart's content." And as Zixueqing slapped him, she asked, "Are you satisfied? Do you want more?" The sounds of slapping rang continuously. Everyone was instantly shocked. What the hell is going on? Why isn't Supreme Han fighting back? Just as they were thinking about this, they heard a heart-wrenching roar. "Ah, bitch, I'm going to kill you." "Ah, ah, ah," he roared, but his voice was a little strange. It turned out that he was being beaten as he roared. When he roared at the end, his voice was trembling because of the slaps. That single "ah" was actually slapped to several different rhythms. It sounded like the rhythm of his voice was undulating and undulating. If you're satisfied, please vote for me. Thank you, everyone. Chapter 9:24. Grand Uncle Han felt extremely strange, because he was rushing forward ferociously, wanting to fight with his life on the line. Now, he could only wash away his humiliation by fighting, no matter if he won or lost. His chest was about to explode from anger, but no matter how he rushed, he was still running in circles on the spot, even though he clearly felt that his speed was as fast as the wind. Zixueqing was just standing there, close to him, but he felt that she was far away from him. No matter how he rushed, he couldn't reach her. But the other party's slaps on his face were like a storm. The sounds of slaps mixed together into a pleasant sound, which actually had the rhythm of music. Grand Uncle Han rushed for a long time, and his face had been slapped countless times. Finally, he came to his senses. Could this be the legendary 10,000 miles in an inch? This was a secret technique of heaven and earth that only a mid-stage supreme martial artist could comprehend. The so-called 10,000 miles in 1-inch space was the use of a godly technique to create a unique domain. No matter what your cultivation was, as long as you were trapped in this domain, then even if you ran for a lifetime, you might not be able to escape from this 10,000 miles in 1-inch space. Within the 10,000 miles in an inch, one could usually travel a long distance with a single step. But once this realm was displayed, even if you ran for 10,000 miles, you could only run in circles on the spot. Grand Uncle Han broke out in a cold sweat, and his mind also became clear. He screamed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Suddenly, he turned around and was about to escape. He had already lost today. If this continued, not only would the 7th young master and the rest die, but he would also die here. Thinking of this, he immediately ran for his life. He turned around, but he forgot that he was still within the domain of the 10,000 miles in an inch. Therefore, even though he turned around and ran, he still stopped there without moving. Zixueqing frowned. "What? Have you had enough fun in the front? Now you want to change to the back? All right, then I'll fulfill your wish." She lifted her leg and kicked him like a storm. In the eyes of the onlookers, this Grand Uncle Han was holding his face up and getting beaten up, but he was still not satisfied. He even turned around and raised his buttocks to receive the other party's huge kicks. So, everyone fainted. We've been with Supreme Martial Artist Han for so many years, but we've never heard of him having such a bad habit. What's going on? It was impossible for someone to be addicted to being beaten up, right? This was too ridiculous. However, Zixueqing gave a reasonable explanation. "You don't look young anymore. More than 1,000 years old? 1,800 years old, right? No one has beaten you up for so many years. Do you feel uncomfortable? Now that you've been beaten up by me, have you found the right feeling? You found that this feeling was so fresh and unforgettable. So you made me hit you again and again? Have you had enough? If you're done, then get out. I'm tired from kicking you, Zixecheng said. As he spoke, his feet were merciless. The pitiful supremacy Han wanted to go out, but how could he? He could only stand up and take the kick while shouting and cursing in grief. His previous demeanor had long since disappeared. Everyone's eyebrows twitched as they watched. It was too bloody. A dignified supreme martial artist was beaten into a bloody pulp just like that. Moreover, he didn't even fight back. Today's matter was really strange. Moreover, as Zixecheng beat up supreme martial artist Han, she controlled Fourth Jin and Lan Ruoyan at the same time and monitored the other 7 people to prevent them from escaping. She could be said to be multitasking. Moreover, her divine senses were still far away, paying attention to the situation of Wei Wuyan and his disciple. Finally, supreme martial artist Han's cursing gradually weakened. Zixecheng kicked him into the air and punched him in the chest. With a bang, supreme martial artist Han flew far away. He twitched twice on the ground and lost consciousness. Zixecheng had already scattered his cultivation. Chu Yang, who was at the side, knew that this meant that she had played enough. She didn't want to drag on any longer. He looked at the others coldly. You guys don't have any other hopes, right? The 7 of them nodded repeatedly, their faces full of fear. They couldn't beat her. They couldn't escape. Even a dignified supreme martial artist had ended up in such a state. Who else would dare to cause trouble? Zixecheng ordered. As for Fourth Jin, execute him now. The 7 of you are in charge of executing him. You, the 2 of you, execute him. You, supervise the execution. You, the 4 of you, observe the execution. 315 cuts, a piece of flesh with each cut. If he dies after 315 cuts, the 7 of you will be executed together. Zixecheng said lightly. The 7 of them were instantly dumbfounded. Isn't this too vicious? Chu Yang was a little impatient. This big sister had stayed in the Black Blood Forest for too long. It seemed that she was too lonely. She actually dilly-dallied for so long just to catch these few bad guys. He said lazily, forget it. Don't torment them. Quickly execute them. Let's hurry on with our journey. Zixecheng looked back and smiled. She said, I didn't want to torment them. Just like what they said, it's no big deal to kill them. However, I have never tolerated those who bully men and tyrannize women. I must use the cruelest means to torture them to death. Even if it's reincarnation, I must make them not dare to be evil. Chu Yang sighed deeply. Chu Le clenched her fists and said, Sister Z, I support you. Although Chu Lu'er was young, she also understood how harmful such people were to women. She had always hated them. Zixecheng said lightly, Chu Yang, you're a man. You'll never know how much women hate such people who kidnap women. How many women's happiness was destroyed in their hands. Not only do they kidnap people, in order to prevent future troubles, they often eliminate the source of trouble. They let this family of innocent people die an unnatural death just because the woman is beautiful. But can it be a woman's fault if she's beautiful? Having a beautiful face is a gift from the heavens. But because of these scumbags, it became the root of the destruction of her family. Zixecheng said lightly, so, when I see such people, I must kill them. Killing one of these people can save countless women, including their family members. Chu Yang was suddenly enlightened. So you purposely followed me with your real appearance to lure these perverts out one by one and kill them one by one? Zixecheng smiled and nodded. Chu Yang, don't think that this is committing a sin by killing people. Those who have evil thoughts because of my appearance all deserve to die. You're enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens by killing them. This is not only not a sin, but also an endless merit. The more people you kill, the more women will have happy families because of you. Do you understand? Chu Yang was silent for a long time. Then, he let out a long breath. I understand. This may be the redemption of conscience. It also weakens the inner demons to a certain extent, because I'll feel that I've done a good thing. My heart will naturally be open and above board, and I won't fear the heavens and earth. Zixecheng's eyes were full of admiration. Yes, this is a kind of spiritual cultivation. I didn't expect you to understand my meaning so quickly. Chu Yang smiled. Since this is the case, I'll enforce justice on behalf of the heavens. Zi Sheqing laughed. You still think that I'm too slow? Fine, I'll let you handle it. As she said, she moved quickly. With a few slaps, all the Lan clan's experts were hit by her palm. This slap broke their bones and destroyed their cultivation. Chu Yang went forward with his sword. One slash, and killed all these people cleanly. If he let Zi Sheqing do it, it would take a long time. Chu Yang didn't want to wait. With one slash, Fourth Jin's eyes were full of despair, and he slowly fell to the ground. After this slash, his body actually shrank slowly and became a pile of white bones, which then dissipated with the wind. Calamity Sword, devouring the energy of living beings. These people were definitely going to die, and there were no outsiders here. Besides, the weakest of these people were monarchs, and there was even a supreme martial artist here. To the Calamity Sword, this was a huge amount of spiritual energy. It would be a pity to waste it. So, Chu Yang used the devouring power of the Calamity Sword without any hesitation. He devoured all the life essence of these experts and turned it into nutrients for the Calamity Sword. Zi Sheqing frowned slightly. She looked at the corpses turning into white ashes under Chu Yang's sword. She seemed to be deep in thought. When the sword pierced into supreme martial artist Han's throat, Chu Yang sighed slightly. So what if he was a first-grade supreme martial artist after 2,000 years of cultivation? With one slash of his sword, everything turned into nothingness. It was as if he had never existed in this world. Everything was like the wind. The last one to be killed was of course Lan Ruoyun. Lan Ruoyun had already turned into a pile of mud, without Zi Sheqing destroying his cultivation. When he saw Chu Yang coming over, he repeatedly shouted, "You, don't come over. Don't kill me. I'm the 7th master of the Lan clan. You. If you kill me, the Lan clan won't let you off. I beg you, spare my life." In the end, he actually shouted loudly for help. Chu Yang frowned. He was very surprised. Which one of the princes of the big clans that he had seen wasn't scheming and didn't show their emotions on their faces? Yi Shiyu, Li Batian, Meng Se. What kind of outstanding characters were they? Only such characters were fit to be called the princes of the big clans. But why was this Lan Ruoyun of the Lan clan so gutless? Such a cowardly person who bullied the weak and feared the strong. How did he become the 7th master of the Lan clan? You, are you fit to be the master of a big clan? Chu Yang looked at him with disgust. Looking at you, I'm really disappointed in this big clan. Lan Ruoyun cried and said, How would I know? Since I was born, I've been designated as the 7th master of the Lan clan. I don't have the final say in this matter. Chu Yang looked at him coldly. How old are you? I'm 27. Lan Ruoyun looked at him timidly. How many girls have you defiled all these years? Tell me the truth. Chu Yang glared and shouted. Lan Ruoyun's mind was subconsciously controlled. He said as if he was sleep-talking, I really can't remember clearly. About 200 to 300. As he said, he actually revealed an expression of reminiscence. He actually laughed and said, What I like the most is to snatch beautiful girls and do it in front of their husbands. Before he finished speaking, Chu Yang had already exploded because of this sentence of his. A surge of anger instantly rushed to his head. He shouted, Bastard! His long sword slashed down fiercely. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.